All right, we are live. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 50. We've hit a milestone. We are now at day 50 of Vibe Coding an App until I make $1 million. So after 50 days, we are at a little bit over $800 in revenue. And I have to say, we are actually on track for a few different milestones today. So today is day 50. So we are hitting half a century in terms of the actual series. So that is a definitely a milestone itself, but we actually are also hitting another milestone today. So I don't know if you guys knew this, but let's go over to our channel analytics here and see what's going on over here. So as you guys can see here, we are at 4,970. So I think that we're going to be hitting 5,000 subscribers today on stream. So what's cool is that day 50, we're going to be also hitting 5,000 subscribers on day 50. So technically 2 milestones in one day. I don't even know, how to handle this. I mean, we're collecting milestones like infinity stones at this point. Samuel with Code, welcome back to the stream. Certified Dripper, first one on stream to comment. Welcome back. Linux Thing, good to see you. Also good to have you back, Linux. I saw you popped into the Discord again this morning. We missed you, so welcome back. Things are getting crazy around here. 4,970. Let's check out the 90 days of growth. I mean, just absolutely popping off. So we're gonna hit 5,000 today. Actually, during this stream, because I'm gonna stream for maybe about 5 to 8 hours today. Not yet sure. We'll just see how the day, where the day takes us, right? But it looks like we are going to be hitting that milestone, which is just absolutely incredible. Day 50, 5,000 subscribers, lined up perfectly. I don't know. I guess that's is it fate? What is it? I don't know. But with that being said, let me do a couple things on my end to actually get the stream up and running. In terms of ViewCreator, some things that I actually was able to get done offline. So as you guys know, we were working on that Sentry here, and we were actually finally able to get Sentry set up correctly in the API. So as you guys know, we were working on Sentry so that we would actually be getting pinged when we had errors and alerts happen in ViewCreator. So now anytime that there are issues that users have in either the API or the UI, we actually get pinged in Slack, which is very, very helpful, because then what we can do is we can essentially take these errors, take these issues, and actually take them to Cursor or Codex and solve them. But let me do a couple things on my end for the stream, and then we will get started. Thanks, Linux, for posting the link. Just saw that. Appreciate it. Just sent a second one just in case, but gotta do a few things, and then we will get into it, guys. Today's going to be a great day. Every day's a great day around here, but again, we're going to be locked in and looking forward to accomplishing some tasks here. Let's open up our Trello board and see where we're at. We got a couple things that we're going to want to change up now. So this is now done, integrating the Sentry into the backend. So that's all now set up. These two here, definitely looking at the freemium plan is going to be important, as well as thinking through the permission system for free, pro, and ultra plans. The Google ad campaign, I definitely want to get that up and running today. Also, I had an issue with our TikTok account, because I actually hadn't yet put essentially with TikTok ads, you need to put the amount, like let's say your daily budget is $50. You need to have a minimum of that balance that you're running for your daily budget in your TikTok balance. So I need to make sure, I have my wallet here, so I want to make sure that I actually deposit that money into TikTok ads so that we can run those ads. So let's put that on the to-do list, deposit money into TikTok ads. Because as you guys know, we did create our first TikTok ads into yesterday. We created our first TikTok ad, and it was actually pretty good. Linux Thing said, we vibing, hope you and everyone is well. Yeah, it's going good over here, Linux. Good to see you. Kevin Newman for Life said, it's a good day to vibe code to $1 million. Every day is a good day to vibe code to $1 million. And as you guys know, it is an everyday type thing. I'm just, as you guys saw from my video the other day, I am totally all in on what we're doing with ViewCreator and BridgeMind, and I don't think that there's anything that's going to stop us from reaching our mission and just making progress every day. It's like whenever you have a mission, whenever you have a goal, especially with a goal that is going to be challenging when you set high goals and high bars for yourself. You have to understand that, it takes time to hit those goals, and you have to be mindful that, if something were easy, everybody would be doing it. And when you do things that are pushing the limits of what's possible, you can expect a lot of barriers and issues to come in your wake. But the thing to remember is that you just can't give up. You just have to be okay with, you have to link the success with the work. So instead of linking, for example, success with, the amount of revenue that we've generated to date, the perspective that I have on it is that if I can look at the success as, okay, yesterday, for example, I streamed for 8 hours. I ended up working for about 10 hours. And that's pretty good, right? So I'm depositing $80 into my TikTok ads account on my other reminder right now. But, that's how I look at it is, for example, today, I don't know what's going to happen today. I don't know. I can't control what is going to take place. I can't control, all the things that are going to happen today. But what I can control is I can control how much effort and how much work that I personally put into this mission. And I know that I have control over that 100%. I can't control whether or not we'll be able to finish all the tasks that we set out to do. But I do know that I have control over that. So let me take a screenshot of this real quick. So I just deposited $100 into the TikTok account. So I just did that. That's now done. So that's going to run those ads now. So we have $100 available cash balance. Let me check chat. Welcome everybody in. Usama, good to see you. He said, shout out to the man right here. And let's code today. I'm on the front end still. A large web app I'm building. Spread motivation, dude. Let's go, Usama. We're back at it. XLI said, here we go. For a second thought, bro, forgot to grind. No, man, come on. We don't forget to grind around here, man. Diaz, what's up? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Anthony, let's get it, man. Ralph said, yo, I'm new here. Welcome, Ralph. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the community. Okay, so definitely in terms of vibe marketing, there's, we're now calling it, I'm coining a new phrase, guys, vibe marketing. You heard it here first. Vibe marketing is where you essentially integrate AI into the marketing process to create all of your marketing strategy and campaigns. So we use ViewCreator for that. But with that being said, we have a couple vibe marketing things to do today. I want to jump off the stream and set it off with about maybe like an hour to 2 hours of vibe coding. And then after about 2 hours, we're going to work on some of the marketing stuff. But to get started, something if you read the description down below, XLI, yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot. King of Agario, hello, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream, it's good to see you. If you guys are just tuned in, make sure that you like the stream. It actually helps it a lot, more than you even know, so appreciate the support. But let's see here, so definitely want to do this. Sentry looks good, but another task on our to-do list today is we actually need to get our errors streaming to Slack from CloudWatch. So as you guys know, we do use AWS for the ViewCreator infrastructure. And something that we need to do today is we actually need to make it so that our errors are streaming from CloudWatch directly to Slack. So I did this at a prior company. It's actually pretty easy to set up. Thanks, King. But yeah, so in our Slack now, which we have set up, we do have this Sentry set up here. And let's see here, tools, service, find one. Okay. So we do have this Sentry service. For some reason, not all the errors are streaming to the UI or the API. Like for example, I got this alert, and with Sentry it's cool because you actually also get alerts to your email. So for example, I actually have gotten a couple, and what's interesting is that I've gotten a couple alerts to my email, but they haven't shown up here. So that's something I want to take a look at as well. We need to make sure that errors and alerts are from Sentry are streaming to Slack. We need to make sure that happens. Ralph said, have you had other businesses before this? Yes. So I've been, this is my 4th startup. And yeah, I've been doing this for about 3 years now. So I'm gonna actually have the analytics up today, guys. So as you guys know, we are gonna be hitting 5,000 subscribers in this stream. So definitely a big milestone for us. Obviously, for those of you that have been around for a while, you know, this is a big milestone, and I'm very proud to be hitting it today. So I'm gonna put this here, and it's gonna be up during the whole stream today just because it is a milestone. So let's put it right. I'm trying to look and see. I'm gonna put it right here. Put it right here, nice and visible for everybody. So that's we're gonna hit 5,000, which is awesome. Let's see here. But yeah, Diaz, I've been working on this since day 20 of the stream. So this has now primarily made up most of this series. Yesterday we built this Spark tool, which was cool. One thing that we need to make sure. Okay. Let's take a look at GitHub Actions because I believe that this may have not properly gone. Let's see here. All right, let's check out the API real quick. All right. All right. Take a close look at the... All right, so what's cool about Sentry is I just got an email. So 1021. So there was just a network error on this here. All right, so credit cards and all API-related routes where credit usage should be involved. For example, anything related to OpenAI, FAL, image gen, etc. All right, take a close look at the ViewSpark logic. Tony, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. Linux thing said very close to the big 5K awesome stuff. Any lurkers are watching that have not subbed, please do so. We have cookies. Yeah, Linux. KG said, I have YouTube notifications on, but didn't get one. Come on, YouTube. Samuel with Code said, make different in spatial, just look like, wait, what do you mean? All right, so we're gonna do this. So let's just get started for the day. Let's get a couple of these kicked off in Codex here. I wanna go into Codex, go here, boom, boom, boom. All right, so first thing I want to do is this, place this in. First, evaluate the API in depth and identify all routes that should have credit cards, and then tell me which ones do not have the credit card system. It looks to me like the ViewSpark credit guard is not properly working. So for example, I made a request to ViewSpark and it did not properly credit the account. All right, so take a look at that. The next thing that's really important is error streaming to Slack from CloudWatch. So I'm gonna have to do that on my other monitor just because that's gonna be a sensitive API thing. But let's also kick this off. So I wanna add essentially more paywalls. So I'm gonna do this. This is a comment from one of the product managers. Please make sense of this and think in depth essentially about the issue that we're having. So obviously, you know, we have this free plan where users can sign up for the free plan, but right now the free plan offers essentially too many features. Users are given 100 credits, which is actually a lot on sign up, and then they're able to use the tools freely, and there's not a ton of instances in the application where they're essentially hit with a paywall where they are required to upgrade to a subscription, like a pro subscription, in order to continue. This is an issue because what we have now is we essentially have a free plan that has too many features and is not converting because it essentially is a free subscription. So take a look at this and generate an MD file with a potential plan to update. Along with this, we would also need just a better, more cohesive system that is able to be scalable for permissions related stuff related to subscriptions. What's Whisperflow doing here? Oh no. All right, that's good. All right, I'm gonna say don't write any code, just create a plan. All right, so we're gonna send that off. Yusuf, how's it going? Welcome to back to the stream. El Badi said, I just joined. Any traffic from the TikTok video? So that's a great question. So one thing with the TikTok video is that, so something I learned is that TikTok, you actually have to deposit a cash balance. And so yesterday I had only like $20 cash balance in TikTok. And essentially how it works is if you don't have enough cash balance to cover a day spend, like if you don't have enough cash in your available cash balance to cover a daily spend, then it won't run your ad. So this morning I woke up to that and it basically said, hey, your ad's not running because you don't have enough cash in your cash balance to cover the daily budget for this ad. So it wasn't running the ad. But this morning before the stream, I was taking a look at that and properly, I think at the very start of this stream, I deposited $80 so that we have $100. So we're topped off there. So that should be running today. But yeah, I mean, I was definitely happy about the ad that we posted yesterday. I think we made a lot of progress with that. Obviously, vibe marketing is a little bit different. Oren, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. El Badi, again, welcome back. Tony, yeah, Whisper was giving me a hard time there. I don't know what was up with that. Okay, let's actually, so I'm gonna launch a ChatGPT conversation here because what I wanna do is I need to figure out like, hey, how do I get the Slack API key needed for this? So I know that essentially how this works is if you're using CloudWatch, which is the native AWS solution for like let's say we have, a Docker container that is, in ECS running on Fargate and it's spun up in the cloud. You can make it so that all the logs from your service kick out to CloudWatch. So it's very nice because, it's very minimal. Like it's not as much with Datadog. Hold on, guys. Let me read this real quick. Walk product design through the feature segmentation credit to lock targets. Create outlining the freedom overhaul clarifies the. Okay, so for example, something that I want to do is if the user has a free plan, they should only be able to generate like one YouTube thumbnail job every 24 hours. All right, this is subscriber count is going to become a distraction, so I'm going to move this away. Take a look at this logic. So, for example, we need to build the logic so that if they're free, they can only generate one job every 24 hours, and also they should only get 50 credits on sign up. And we should also, protect other jobs like the transcript generator and Spark and all these things. We essentially need to, really start guarding these routes and making it so that the user can't just freeload on the free subscription. So take a look at this and really think deeply about what I'm telling you about what I want to do and try and really understand what I want, because this is now a big problem. So evaluate this in depth and think through a plan and then update the MD plan accordingly. Josh asked, what was the result from the ads yesterday? So we did end up putting out the ad. As you guys know, we created our first TikTok ad. The issue, and something that I learned today, was that essentially TikTok will only run your ad if your cash balance in the TikTok account, like in the ads manager, is actually above your daily budget. So I had $20 in there yesterday thinking that, hey, if I go over the $20, that they'll just like essentially build a credit card on file, but that's actually not how it works. You have to deposit a cash balance, and then based off of the cash balance, they credit your account from the cash balance. So essentially the ad turned off after just like 60 impressions yesterday. So I put $100 in there this morning, and it'll be running throughout the stream, and we'll be able to take a look at the results. But today also what we want to do is we want to set up our first Google ads. So this is definitely a big goal, and then as well as to create one YouTube demo video ad. I think we're going to do the YouTube thumbnail generator today is what we're going to do. So this is really important. These two are both really important that we want to get done today. But we're gonna vibe code for about the next hour to 2 hours before we start vibe marketing. And then also another big thing on our to-do list today is I actually want to create a ViewCreator agent that will be able to actually create our first posts for Instagram plus X plus TikTok, and then what else? We have YouTube, TikTok, X, Instagram, plus Facebook. I mean, Facebook is mid, but that's all right. So essentially what we're going to do today is we have to work on the integration with agents, and we're actually going to create an agent today that's able to automate, the actual post creation. So if you guys go to, the ViewCreator Instagram or the ViewCreator TikTok, right now we don't have a ton of posts out there because we haven't tried posting yet. And you guys know that one of the main ways that we're going to be marketing ViewCreator is we're essentially going to be using ViewCreator to market ViewCreator. So all the content that we actually create on the ViewCreator social medias is going to be made by ViewCreator. So that's going to be a big thing that we're going to do today, is figuring out, okay, we actually need an agent that is going to create the content, which is essentially going to be, we're going to start off with like infographic posts that essentially help teach people how to go viral on social media. And we're going to be using ViewCreator to do that. So, all right. All right. I now need you to continue and plan the first next steps, and then actually start updating code respectively and building all of this logic without breaking functionality. Tony said that he'll be lurking on Discord to do some classes. Want to see... yeah, 100%, Tony. Yeah, I want to get grep tile set up as well, Tony, so I appreciate you personal messaging me about that. I'm going to get it set up. Jose said, are you doing organic with the paid ads? Yeah, so Jose, I was just talking a little bit about that. So we are going to be doing organic today, and we're going to kick it off today. So to do the organic, we're going to create a ViewCreator agent that's able to do that for us. Let's go back over to the Slack integration here. So essentially, we need to go to Slack. Let's go here. Give me the link that I need to go to properly start. So I know I did this at Bright Choice and a couple other startups, but the best way for engineering teams to be able to manage errors that are happening and other issues that are happening is when you actually have, you integrate with the Slack API, and then you essentially are able to create an app. So use a manifest file. Yeah, no, we're going to create from scratch. So the app name is going to be ViewCreator, CloudWatch, or we'll do VC, CloudWatch, prod. All right, so we're gonna create this app. Oh, geez. Amazing, amazing. All right, so let's delete that app now. All right, I gotta do this on my other screen. All right, so VC, CloudWatch, API, prod. Also, if you guys are just tuning in, make sure that you like the stream and subscribe if you haven't already. That actually really helps a lot. It says you'll need to wait a couple of minutes before creating another app in this workspace. Okay, great. All right, I guess we're gonna have to wait, unfortunately. So we'll get back to that in a minute. So this is now in progress. So this is gonna be big. Yeah, 100%, Jose. Dane Strange, sorry I missed your chat. He said, fun fact, VS Code with Copilot has this thing called Awesome Copilot, and it has all these plan modes in its own agent mode, and it's only $10 a month with generous premium requests. Good to know. Thanks for sharing, Dane. Yeah, everything is a vibe if you flow with it, Linux. Jose, vibe marketing, yes sir. Okay, so agent builder. Let's actually get started on this because I think that this is going to be huge. So essentially what I want to do is the best way to use ViewCreator is, first of all, let's go here and let's create. So I actually want to create a new page called Playground. Playground will be a page solely focused on giving the users the complete freedom to create images and video as they wish. We will give them the options to select different image and video models to play around with. And remember that different models have different schema. You will need to create a new entity called Playground Job, and this integration will need to properly integrate with the S3 bucket respectively. And let's start by giving the user the ability to easily integrate with the Nano Banana image model and the VO3 video model. So essentially on the Playground page, step 1 will be selecting whether they want to create an image or video. Then they will select a model respectively. Frosty said, hey man, I am back with one question. What will be the difference using GLM 4.6 with Droid versus using it with Claude Code? I guess we can set up with Claude Code Agent. I've not used it in Claude Code yet, so I can't give you a great perspective on that, unfortunately. But I have used it in Droid, and it's pretty good. Definitely a cost-effective model. Not the best model, but it's up there. Actually, it may be in AI Arena now. Let's check if it is ranking. If you guys are just tuned in, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let me see here, LM Arena. Let's see what's going on here. Go to the leaderboard here. So GLM 4.6. So it's up there. It's still like way below GPT-5 high. So it's, what is that, 82 behind GPT-5 high, but I mean that's pretty good for the cost of it, when you factor cost. Okay, so then the user will select the model respectively. I already did that. Then enter their parameters. All right, so we're gonna have a pretty big feature being built because essentially what I wanna do is I wanna create logic where users are actually able to use ViewCreator for all of their marketing purposes, right? It's like, hey, we wanna be able to use ViewCreator for all of our marketing needs. That's a huge part of the actual sell process of this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna be able to drop in essentially this schema here. And very, very simple. You can just drop it in here, just paste in below this. So I'm just gonna do that, boom, and then go here. And then I'm also going to drop in the VO3 option for users so that they can create video as well. So this is text to image with Nano Banana, and then we'll also want to do VO3. So we're going to do VO3. So VO3 fast, we'll do VO3 fast. And we'll also copy this schema. So this here, I'm just kind of letting, you know, I'm letting Codex understand, okay, like, hey, this is what this schema actually looks like. So I just paste it in both. So let's now go over here and drop this in. It's gonna be a pretty big prompt, so 12,000 characters. So I'm gonna say, generate a plan in an MD file before getting started. I want to create a new module called Playground module that will contain all of this logic in the API. Make sure that you update both the database entities and the API entities respectively, and also properly. I'm gonna say also do not run database migrations or generate them. I will do this on my end. To start, just worry about creating the entities and the API logic, and then after that we will build the front end UI. But to start, let's just focus on the database and the API. So this is pretty big logic. So I think that's good. You know, it's a pretty big prompt. So let's just see what that does. Drop that in. Oren said almost 5K. Subscribe, guys. Thank you, Oren. Nacho Gonzalez, how's it going? Welcome back. Good to see you again. So yeah, I mean, this is going to be huge. So essentially what I'm picturing is, hey, we want to add in a playground page, because what we're going to do is to be able to achieve this to do here, which is create a ViewCreator agent that will be able to actually create our first posts for Instagram plus X plus TikTok plus Facebook. What we need to do is, as you guys know, you know, when you're setting up a ViewCreator agent, you're able to actually drop in reference files. So this really helps, because then it's able to take a look at what essentially you provided, and we want it to be the same theme, kind of the same logic, so that we can essentially create consistent posts at scale. So that's the plan there. So what we're gonna do is instead of, like, you know, just using ChatGPT or, you know, the Google AI Playground or Studio or whatever, we're actually going to build this logic into ViewCreator, because then it's going to be another additional feature that we can then, you know, sell. Also, this agent up here is actually working on better. It's working on this one here. Oh wait, no. Integrate best practices. I want you to decide what to do, but I also need to make sure that this does not get abused. So anything related to, you know, these services really do need to be getting, they need to be credit guarded, and users' credits need to be getting charged. And if they don't have enough credits, then it needs to, you know, respond accordingly. But think through the best practice. Look at what's being done on, you know, for example, like on the YouTube thumbnail generator, it does a really good job where, for example, it takes credits away from the user when they run services, and then if the user doesn't have enough credits, you know, on the front end, it pops up that modal and the job doesn't run. So this is a really good way of doing it, and I want this used for Spark and any other services that currently don't provide it, where the user is, you know, integrating with OpenAI or FAL. It needs to make sure that we integrate this crediting system respectively. Imperium said, hi, I am here. Anything on TikTok ads? Yeah, so Imperium, I mentioned this before you got here, but essentially on TikTok, so I went to bed last night thinking that our TikTok was running, but it turns out that because I didn't have an available cash balance, I just took a screenshot of the TikTok count. So I just deposited $100 into the available cash balance, because essentially how TikTok works is if you don't have the cash balance above the amount of the daily budget, the ad doesn't run. So our ad from yesterday actually didn't run because I only had a $20 cash balance. So I had to add $80 to this cash balance at the start of this stream. So our ads should be starting to run during the stream. Actually, let me check it now, because now that we have $100, it should be running. It says that it's active. Let me just make sure. I want to double check that this is actually running. It says it's active, so we've spent. So it's 2 cents per click. Wait, no, it's 2 cents per view. And right now we have had 55 impressions. And the click-through rate, we've gotten 1 click. So out of those 55 impressions, we actually did get 1 person to click, which is not bad, you know? So 55, so that's, I mean, what is that? A little bit less than, it's 1.82% it says. But, you know, so essentially the cost per click then, because we spent, you know, 36 cents. Wait, how much have we spent total? I'm not sure. Let's reevaluate once we actually have like way more, you know, data to look at. But that's an update there. Dougal, how's it going? Having a good morning so far. Had a conversation with another creator in the space who was we were having a really good conversation, and it was a good morning for me. Got a lot of work done. I got our Sentry set up, finished correctly, so that felt good. We were working on that yesterday. Let's see if that Slack is now working. Let me check to see if I'm actually able to create that. It looks like I am. So now I need to, you know, create this. Let's see here. Okay. All right. So I'm going to use now. I need to use Cursor real quick. And with Cursor, you guys are going to hear my prompt, but you actually can't see my work here with this just because it's going to be sensitive. But let me take a. All right, so I have my app set up, and all right, hold up. I now have created my Slack app. What is the next step? Do I need to set up anything? Because essentially, you know, what I need to do is I need to get my webhooks from CloudWatch streaming to Slack to a specific Slack channel. So what do I do next? All right, so, you know, something that we have to do is we just use ChatGPT in every part of the process. Brian, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. Aperium said, did you do that submission that day I sent you about Ready? Yeah, so Aperium, I'm actually going to go back through our personal messages when it is time to integrate with Product Hunt. So right now, I don't think that it is time to get our product, to get ViewCreator posted on those websites, because honestly, we still have a lot of work to do. We will 100%. So I'm actually going to reference that later on. Basically what Aperium sent me is he sent me a list, a really good Reddit post of all the sites that we should be posting ViewCreator on to get organic traffic. So that would be places like Crunchbase, it would be places like, you know, Product Hunt, Hacker News, all these places where you can essentially organically post your product and get some organic traffic. So we will do that. But right now, I think that that's more of like an early November type deal. So we'll revisit that 100%. But Try Again said, add a visual explainer on the website. Just like arcade, people's attention span is very low. It's a lot of text on it right now. That's my 2 cents. Well, appreciate the feedback. Try Again. Yeah, I mean, we'll just consistently iterate things. You know, I think something that I'm a big believer in is, hey, you just got to take that next step forward. And, you know, especially doing what I'm doing with the streaming and sharing it openly with everyone, you know, I get a lot of ideas, and most of them are actually like really good ideas. Like, I think that's a great idea, right? All right, let me set this Slack thing up. But the issue is that I can't integrate every good idea right now because, you know, I'm kind of bootstrapping this and it's just me right now. That won't be the case forever. Like, eventually I will be, you know, hiring people to come onto the Bridgemind team. But essentially, you know, I just have to make the best judgment calls about, hey, what's the best thing to do at this point in time, right? And, you know, the way that I see it is that there's essentially an order in the way that things go in. Right now, we need to take take the next step forward, which is to start getting some paid advertisement campaigns going so that we can start to validate our idea. But we're just going to take every day. And as you guys know, I've hold up, CloudWatch prod. All right, so CloudWatch API prod. So I'm going to create essentially this Slack channel, and over here in Slack, I'm able to actually create a hold up. Oh, hold on, guys. All right, so I need to add a new webhook, and then now that that's created, I just selected, so this is what I'm looking at here. So I essentially select this new channel, and this is a webhook where I then will take this, I'll take the key that I have to this webhook, and I'll be able to hook it up to CloudWatch, and then I'll be able to set up alerts and filters so that any filters associated with the Winston logger that are associated with like warnings or errors, they're gonna stream right to this channel, so that then instead of having to go into AWS and like look at CloudWatch to say like, hey, like what kind of errors are happening in my app, what do I need to look at? Essentially it's going to stream. So this is very, very important. Whenever you're setting up an application, very important that you have this. Okay, I now have set up an incoming webhook. What is the next step? If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Douglas said you do not need ads. To be honest, TikTok, it is super easy to go viral. That's an interesting opinion. I mean, I agree with parts of that. Douglas said all you need is a strong emotional hook and a big enough problem that builds trust and creates demand. 100%. Definitely agree with that, Douglas. Well said. Okay, so let's see here. Option 1, AWS chatbot. If your goal is to get CloudWatch alarms or SNS alerts into Slack, go to your AWS console, AWS chatbot service. Nah, I don't like that. Because you should be able to essentially just set up a Lambda function. Yeah, it's the Lambda function. So it's this second option. That's what I've done before, is set up a Lambda function. So this is the second option, is one that we're going to go with. And I just want to make sure which. So I need the Slack webhook URL, it looks like. And once I have that, I should be good to go. So that's good. So let me just copy that webhook. And what's cool is that now that I have this webhook URL, all that I'm going to do is I'm just going, you guys are going to hear my prompt. I can't show it to you because I'm about to access AWS with Cursor. But all I'm going to do is I'm going to paste in my webhook URL that I got from Slack, and here's my prompt. Use the ViewCreator profile to use the AWS CLI to access my AWS account, and I want you to review my API prod setup in CloudWatch. And right now, I don't have a great way for reviewing my logs. Like right now, I have to actually manually go in and review different CloudFormation log groups to or CloudWatch log groups to debug, and obviously that's terrible. So essentially, what I want to do is I want to create the logic so that I set up filters and filters that are able to pick up on the errors and the other problems with the application, to be able to stream those errors to my respective Slack channel. This Slack webhook URL that I've pasted in above is the webhook URL that I've set up with the Slack API so that that stream will happen. So what I need you to do is I need you to create all the filters that are needed with best practices. It doesn't need to be super complicated, but we just need to take the step forward in the right direction. And we need to create a Lambda function that will properly integrate this Slack webhook and these filters so that we are able to get this streaming to work. Think in depth and create an MD file with a plan that integrates all best practices before you continue. Create the MD file first. Oh man. All right, cool. All right, so let's paste that in here. To create a correct MD file, you will actually first need to use the ViewCreator profile to access AWS and actually find out all the information that you need. Take a look at it before continuing. Use the CLI to kind of diagnose everything in AWS and figure out like, hey, what's the name of the log group for this and what kind of filters. Also take a look at the API to see our existing logging setup to kind of figure out like, hey, what is the names of the specific errors that Winston's throwing, other stuff like that. All right, so that is all like super important. And also, guys, I actually have switched back to using GPT-5 high fast with Max turned on in Cursor. If you look at the leaderboard, you know, GPT 4.5 Sonnet is like way down here. And it's actually really expensive when compared with GPT-5. So I'm just going to continue to use GPT-5 high Max in Cursor because I think it's better. Try Again said, I don't think TikTok organic is the way to go for this. TikTok is all meaningless views in the grand scheme of things. I'd rather get millions of views on Twitter for a tool like this. No liquidity in TikTok. Claude destroys ChatGPT. In some ways. So I think that there's a lot of good points being made in chat. You know, a lot of people have different opinions. And, you know, I think something that's cool about what we're doing is that we're going to be able to test all of this out. Like, Dougal has some good thoughts. Try Again has some good thoughts. I think all of you guys have some good thoughts. And, you know, the cool thing is that we're going to be testing it all out, and we're going to figure out what actually works. You know, that's the big thing is it's like, hey, you don't really know what works until you actually put your best foot forward and you try it out and you take some risks and you say, okay, I'm going to spend $50 a day on this TikTok ad that I made, see how it works. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. In the grand scheme of things, maybe I lose $300 and I learned something, right? That's okay. All right, Hassan said, Bridgemind, hey, I just watched one of your videos where you talked about learning coding for 4 months, which is helping you a lot in this project. Do you think we should do the same? Yeah, so I'm assuming that you're talking about my video, my all-in video. And to answer your question, I do think that, you know, to be able to be successful with vibe coding, you do need decent knowledge as a developer. I think that you can pick it up and, you know, get started and learn as you go. But I do think that, hey, if you really want to get off on the right foot, I do recommend, you know, having some baseline knowledge for sure. Continue with next steps. J35, welcome back to the stream. He said, hope everybody is doing good. By the way, Matt, people are protesting for NS. J35, I was dead. I actually downloaded that video and sent it to Noah. He hasn't responded, but I thought that was so funny. Basically, J35 made a Sora video where it was like people protesting that they wanted NS. I thought it was so funny. All right. Douglas said that all he's got is $300 in his bank account, a MacBook, Wi-Fi, his coding and design skills, and a bit of marketing. I'm broke. Like, am I cooked? I want to go from literally nothing to 50K MRR. I mean, hey, it seems to me like you've got a lot to be motivated about right now, right? Like, you got to get it in gear, man. I don't think you're cooked, man. It seems to me like you got a good head on your shoulders. I think you'll be okay. All right, so it says. All right, so let's pull up this here. All right, so we're gonna take a look at what this actually did. So as you guys know, this agent here has been working for the past, like, I don't know how long that was, maybe like 15 minutes on this entity setup. So here it is here. S3 key. So we have user ID, media type enum. I saw that being built. It was the video or the video or image model used, prompt used, parameters. The parameters can be, is that an interface or what's the parameters? Is it? I guess that'll just be JSON-B that gets passed in. Outputs is going to be JSON-B. File metadata, JSON-B, status. Job status, that's good. Credits used, error message, started that, finished that, created that. Okay, that looks pretty good. So now what we need to do is we need to CD into the ViewCreator database, and this is one thing that's really nice about the stack that we're on is if you run npm run migration generate, essentially is able to generate the migration automatically for you. No errors there, which is nice. So let's now run npm migration run. It's going to be able to create and run that schema, so that's now all created. So I'm going to say now take a look at this. I have successfully generated and run the migrations. Now, please review the MD file again and think deeply about what next steps actually are, and think about the page that we will need to create in the front end dashboard. I essentially want it accessible at viewcreator.ai/dashboard/playground. This is where all this user interface will be. Properly polish the logic in the API and then integrate the new endpoints and functionality into the front end and build a user interface for this. Jasper says, don't trust the leaderboards. I mean, the leaderboards can be trusted to some extent, I would say, but yeah, I do hear that a lot. Try Again said that TikTok and their grainy attention span ain't reading all that on the website. I mean, we'll see, right? Oh shoot, I'm in the past on the chat. I did not know about the NPM hack. I think I saw it from like Prime again. I saw one of his videos that said something about that. But I mean, on TikTok, it's like, you know, it's interesting because I hear so many different things. Like, you know, one person will be like shouting and screaming TikTok from the rooftop, and then another person will be like hating on it. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things on TikTok, so we'll just have to see. Also, if you guys are watching and haven't already liked the stream and subscribed, make sure you do so. I think we're going to hit 5,000 subscribers on this stream, so going to hit a pretty big milestone, and it is day 50, so that's also been doing this for half a century in terms of days, which is cool. Okay, so errors, streaming, let's check on this. I need to check how this is doing now. This cursor chat looks like it's still creating a plan file. Just evaluated my AWS setup. All right, apply migration, done, adjust paywall. Okay. I ran the migrations correctly. Now take a look and think deeply. What are the next steps, if any, that still need to be done? Also, ensure that you have properly set up testing. Run the test suite. All right. All right, so this is in progress. This is terminal 2. Something that's always good to do is to be able to label the terminals to make sure that you know which terminal is working on what. This one's being worked on in cursor because of the AWS stuff that I don't want to show. I'm working on my other monitor. That's going to be done. This is terminal 3. This is a big prompt. Essentially, what we're going to do is to be able to actually get this done, this goal here, which is create a ViewCreator agent that will be able to actually create our first post for Instagram and TikTok and Facebook. We're going to need to set up that playground logic. So we're going to need to set up essentially something in ViewCreator where, if I go out here, it's going to say playground, and I'll be able to click on it. It's going to be playground. And with playground is just going to be essentially an image generator and a video generator that gives the user full control over what they want to do, so that instead of having to go to ChatGPT or VO3 or something like that, they can just do it in the application. This is actually a fairly simple feature. We're integrated already with Val, so we should be able to do this very, very easily. All right. Check chat here. Eagle, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. What's the playlist? Let me share the playlist. All right. Hung just asked, what's the roadmap now? Keep debugging, continue marketing. Yeah, so we actually, like for example, I'll just pull up Trello real quick. So right now we've got a ton of stuff in progress. We're gonna, continue to start, upping marketing, and every day we're gonna start integrating. Like, first of all, the streams are gonna start to be way longer. As you guys know, like yesterday we streamed for 7 hours, which was, out of the norm for us, but actually that's gonna start to become the norm because we're gonna start really putting on the gas in terms of marketing. And some of you are making some really good points. Dougal, I may play YMCA, but we'll see. It'll be in the moment. We'll decide. Yeah, Edron, I just dropped the link to the playlist. Let me know if you have it. You should have it. But we're going to be starting to integrate more marketing, more features and stuff. And guys, this is going to take time. That's what all this is about. It's like, hey, like, something about this series is I just want to be able to show everyone, like, hey, when you're doing stuff like this, it's difficult. And sometimes it's hard to, go on the internet and see people on X that are like, oh, I'm making $100,000 a month. Honestly, a lot of people are bullshitting. And, you can like kind of see right through it when somebody is like, I saw this one guy on YouTube the other day that was saying that he was making like $67,000 a month. And I'm like doing the math on that, and I'm like, all right, so like $67,000 a month equates to like, close to $800,000 a year, actually over that, I think. I think it's like 830, 840, 850, somewhere around there. But, I'm like, all right, so if this guy is legit, like, why is he not in like literally like a penthouse? You know what I mean? I'm like, if this guy was really making that much money, like you would be able to tell. You know what I mean? So I'm like, why can you not like tell, if you understand what I'm saying? So, one of the goals of this is that, hey, we're going to be doing this, and we're just going to continue to do this. It's going to be totally raw, totally transparent, out in the open. And my goal is to show people what's truly possible and what you should expect when it comes to building products and businesses. And, hey, I've been doing this for 50 days, and, hey, we've made $800, which is, great. It's not $67,000 a month though, so I think that hopefully it puts it in perspective for people. And also, like, just showing like the wins, the losses, everything that goes into it, I think is also very important. Let's see here. Great, now continue. I now need you to actually integrate all of the filters and to properly create the Lambda functions and to get this integration working. All right, so as you guys know, what we're doing in Cursor on my other monitor, which I can't show you because it's sensitive and AWS related, is we're getting our error streaming to Slack from CloudWatch. That's super important. Dougal, I'm not sure who that was. I just like saw it randomly, and I was like, that's just kind of interesting because it's like obviously that they're bullshitting. I'm like, the guy has like, 8,000 subscribers or something like that. And I'm like, okay, you're obviously just bullshitting and you're just trying to essentially like become popular on YouTube. I'm like, hey, that's like not cool, man. So I just want to do the absolute opposite of that. I want to be very transparent. And honesty and integrity and character are very important to me. So, that's something that you guys should all know, is that I'm not going to be artificially pumping up the numbers, Edzon said your app is perfect, but there's one thing that I'd like you to try to add and see about the icons. By the way, it looks like an AI-generated app. If you manage to make really clean icons, you're going to have a designer make icons for you. You'll see your app will be perfect. Yeah, I mean, the truth is that, hey, like, we've got so much stuff to do that I'm not really worried. Like, icons is like way down here on the list. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a valid idea. But something about business and entrepreneurship is you need to be able to format and filter out what things need to be done at what stage. You know what I mean? All right, so let's see. Task execute, npm run tests. I need you to now follow up with the next steps and finish the remaining work with the follow-up tasks. Please create a list of next steps and then execute the next steps. Yeah, 100%, Jose. Yeah, Essex. Very true. Yeah, try again. Very true. He said most of them are just tweeting for Twitter dollars. They're like, I make $200,000 a month. I'm like, do you guys actually understand like how much money that actually is? Like, if you're making $200,000 a month, you are like balling out of control. $200,000 a month, balling out of absolute control. Douglas said, yeah, 90% of SaaS startups don't even make it to $1,000 MRR, so $800 is good. Please never give up, because most SaaS failed because they quit too damn early. Very well said, Dougal. Yeah, Dougal has been spitting some facts in chat today. Hung said earlier this year, I sold my mobile app, which then was making closer to $2,000 a month, but only 16% margin. That's actually, Hung, that's really, really helpful for people in chat. So Hung essentially is saying that, hey, you know, his app was making $2,000 a month, but the profit margin was only 16%. So when you do the math on that, like, let's just do it real quick. What is that? Like, I mean, it's like around like $300 a month, a little bit over $300 a month, like $320 a month. So, you know, when you think about that, that's just really well said, because it puts it a little bit more in perspective for people, where it's like, hey, when people have these large MRRs, you know, it's not all profit margin, but Hung, that's just a really good example of like, hey, Hung was making $2,000 a month MRR, but he was only netting $320 a month. So Imperium says he's making $1 million per month as SaaS. Imperium, we need to link up, man. I think Codex is better than Claude Code. But also what Hung said is, he was saying this is harder than you thought. Back to 9 to 5, waiting to come back. Yeah, so Hung is he's grinding out right now, and yeah, I mean, mad respect for you, Hung. Seriously. All right. So these agents are working. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're gonna be going for like 5 to 8 hours today, depending on what we get done. But we have a ton on our list today, and a ton of exciting stuff too. Launching the Google ad campaign is gonna be awesome. YouTube demo video is gonna be sick. And then all these other tasks that we got are gonna be awesome as well. So let's let these agents work, and I'll be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Imperium says he's joking. I thought you were serious, Imperium. Fix this error in the API. I want to be careful not to overwork on these. Unknown, we're integrating video generation actually right now. And this agent that you see running here is the one doing that. We're essentially creating a video playground, image and video playground, so that users can, like most of our services, it's like very like plugged in, like it's a tool. But I want to create something that's a little bit, gives users a little bit more freedom. Let's go, Hung. Let's freaking go. That gets me hyped up. Yeah, Unknown. I'm integrating with multiple models. Okay, so Essex said, I would like to hear your story. First time here. There's actually a channel, a video on my channel now. It's like essentially like at the top of the channel. The video is titled "I'm All In," and I think that would give you a really good perspective of who I am and where I've come from. All right, so we got some problems here. This was in the billing service. This one is not working on that, so I'm gonna have this chat fix this error. All right, I need to get into the, the back end, the dashboard. Right now we have got a bunch of API errors, so until we actually get these fixed down here, we won't be able to get into the dashboard because, we can't authenticate. Yeah, Mohammed, current revenue is $812.28. And that's nothing compared to where we're going, guys. Like, honestly, the revenue to me, it might as well be at zero. Because we're just getting started. All right, looks like we have some failing tests as well. Oh, we got to check our Slack channel and see. Okay, guys. So it looks like this is now, going to this here. So this is awesome. So looks like Cursor was able to get our this working for us. How can I kick an error? I guess it already invoked a synthetic error, didn't it? Chris Eddy, I'm using Codex today in Cursor. Sakuda said, why do you have so many open Cursor tabs? Because we're multitasking. So this is our, a bunch of tasks we have open. You can see all the in progress, and I label them on which terminal they're being worked on. Right now, we also have a couple errors right now. So let's actually fix this one as well. That other one got fixed. So let's see here. Great, now fix this next one. Chat said, currently vibe coding my third company plus watching stream gives me sense of motivation. Let's go. That's what I'm here for. But also, you know, it goes both ways, guys. We're in it together. I've been through the ringer. I'll tell you what. KG said, I started using GPT-5 High with plan mode and then switched to Codex to implement. Results are so much better. Hung said, love the daily highlights, but guess you have no time. Really like that you share progress and tools used and the integration process. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to get a video editor that could clip those videos for me. But I think right now the channel isn't big enough to where I have, you know, essentially enough people that, you know, somebody would, you know, there'd be a video editor that would be willing to do that, like for either for free just as a volunteer to start or for low cost. But I would love to do that too, but it's hard because I say this a decent amount, like, hey, my goal is I'm not here to be a content creator that's going to waste people's time and like entertain you guys. The purpose of this is actually the mission. Like that genuinely is, you know, what I'm in this for, guys, is I'm trying to accomplish this mission 100%. So, all right, so we still have an error here in the YouTube transcript generator. This agent here is working on it. Until we get this fixed, we can't actually test, but we actually have a bunch of stuff to test. So we have this playground to test, and it looks like it already integrated the UI. So once we actually are able to get into the dashboard, we'll be able to check all this out. All right, chat's blowing up. So Maddie said, how much have you spent on organic model subscriptions? Agentic model subscriptions roughly. So I spend about $600 to $800 a month is where I'm at. Like last month I spent $600 just on like Cursor and Codex. Queenie, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. All right, so now we have another issue. This one is a module dependency issue. That should be an easy one. Now fix this. SD, yeah, $812 in total earnings. Neophytus said, why do you use both CloudWatch and Sentry? So Sentry is great because Sentry allows you, it's like essentially like an extra layer of alerts. You can do more with Sentry. Like Sentry, you can do screen recordings. Sentry, you can, like Sentry is great for the user interface. So for example, you know, hey, we have CloudWatch API prod. You do have a pretty good point with like, hey, there's not a huge reason to have Sentry hooked up with the API and CloudWatch, if that makes sense, because a lot of those errors are going to overlap. But at the same time, like I'm actually new to Sentry, so I wasn't thinking about that beforehand. But we'll just see if we get anything out of it. Because like even while I was in the bathroom a minute ago, I got this error right here. Like this one here, I got hit. It said error invoking post. If you guys are just tuning in, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're going to hit 5,000 subscribers on stream today. So I'm going to be streaming about 5 to 8 hours today. So if you guys are grinding, if you guys are working on projects, feel free to tune in and get some stuff done today. Every day is just another, you know, it's like lately I've been living the exact same day pretty much on repeat, just with the idea and thinking that, hey, eventually I'll wake up and I'll have come so far that I won't even recognize the life that I'm living. You know, that's kind of my thinking. But right now I'm just living every day on repeat. Wake up at 5 a.m., go to bed around 10 p.m. I'm reading a lot, writing a lot, coding a lot, building a lot, marketing a lot, streaming a lot. And then, I mean, yeah, I think somebody, I don't know who said it the other day, but somebody said it best. They're like, he's on monk mode. And no, like, I mean, that's a good kind of way to say it. I don't go out, I don't drink. I don't spend time wasting my time with debauchery and people that are going to bring me down. Like, something to remember, guys, you are who you hang out with, you know? So you have to remember that, hey, like, you can't be wasting your time with people that are bringing you down and are bad influences on you. Like, if you're hanging out with, like, people that are, like, losers and you know that they're losers, and losers are just, I mean, people that are wasting their life, you know, doing stuff that short-term pleasure, long-term pain, long-term gain, you know? That's something good to remember is that, hey, like, it's good to go through struggle. It's good to go through pain. Like, You can't get FOMO and you know, waste your life away. You know, you gotta discipline yourself. B-Job, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. Jose, facts, let's go. Chris Eddy said, I found that the results Codex is now producing is higher than Claude Code. Me too, Chris Eddy. Jan said, take a look. Take a look at what? Did I miss a chat from you? Take a look at what? Hung said, a small question for your workflow. What if the agent's work doesn't complement each other? So yeah, so Hung, that's a great question. So I'll just kind of share an example that just happened a second ago. So if you remember, I was having errors here, and it was like an error associated with, it was actually, I don't even know what the error was, but it was one where both of these agents were working at the same time, right? And I was unsure which agent had actually caused the error. And sometimes the errors can be like, you know, the errors can be like, let's say they're short-term errors where the agent is still working and it produces an error, but the agent is working on that error. So that would be an instance where it would be a bad idea to drop that error into another agent to work on that error, because then those agents would be crossing paths, right? Because you have an agent that knows that it just created this error that's fixing that error right now, but then you just dropped into another chat that error by itself, and this agent is like, oh, I gotta fix this error, so then they're on top of each other. Like, that's why I waited, and now I'm going through the error fixing process in another agent by itself, because I know, okay, like, let's not, you know, cross these agents, because we could get into trouble there. So that's kind of just a good example, I think. Yeah, Jose, the moon is calling. That's funny. Thank you, Mahmoud. From Egypt. Bet the pyramids are lit. Trying to get out there sometime. I'm trying to do vibe coding. We guys think about this vibe coding on top of the pyramids. Get the Starlink, get up there. That'd go crazy. Vibe coding on the pyramids. Let's make it happen. H Lotus said, sorry, I'm new here. Are you using Cursor agents? So we're using Cursor, but then this is a Codex workflow that I'm using right now. Chris Eddy said, kudos to your current drive to succeed. Keep going, man. You know what, Chris? Yeah, I've always had a super strong drive. And I kind of learned over time, it's like, you really can't explain that drive to anyone, right? You can't say, oh, like, you just don't understand. Like, you know, I've got like this drive, you know, I'm like super ambitious. Like, you know, people that say that actually end up coming, not that they're foolish, but they end up coming across as foolish, because essentially it's all talk, right? I've found that the best way to show people who you are, what kind of drive you have, what kind of ambitions you have, is to literally just show them through action. And that's actually the only right way to do it, you know? It's like, all right, I wonder if I can create some errors here. Yeah, I'll pin the Discord link. Thanks, Straight35, for putting it in the channel. If you guys haven't already joined the Discord and are new to the community, make sure that you join the Discord. I think we have over 300 people in the Discord, which is just crazy. Like, I go in there now, and there's pretty much always at least 40 people online. 40 and then like on a good day, it'll be like 70 people online. I'm like, this is insane. Like, how did we get here in like less than 2 months? Or I guess it's been 2 months now, but just crazy that, like, you know, everything starts from somewhere. And when I started streaming, nobody was watching, nobody cared. And, you know, that goes back to my point a little bit in being able to separate, you know, short-term results, is that, hey, when I was doing that, I was like, okay, I'm doing this streaming thing because I think it's the right thing to do. I want to share this journey with people. Right now, you know, nobody's watching, nobody cares, but I believe in it, and I do believe that people will eventually care about it. Also, this Codex this one's taken too long. So let's actually open Cursor up real quick and have Cursor fix this, because Cursor is much, much faster. So let's use Cursor, and let's just use this Cheetah model. So Cheetah is super fast. So let's drop this in and see how Cheetah does this. Cheetah is the super fast model. Some people think it's Gemini 3.0, but also I feel like if this was Gemini 3.0, it would be way smarter. Cheetah is like really fast, but it's not that smart. So I feel like it's just an experimental model that somebody's testing with. Let's see if it actually did fix that though. And it did. All right, Cheetah with a little Hail Mary. Okay, so now we can access this finally. So if we refresh here, we'll be able to access the dashboard. And now, can we go to dashboard, playground? Let's see. I didn't ask it to go to the sidebar. So All right, so here we can select between image and video. So VO3 fast or image. Let's just create our first prompt. Let's just say create a image of a rocket ship taking off, headed to the moon. Ultra realistic. All right, so let's see here, generate. And you know, it's just crazy because I remember when there was a time when, you know, things like this would take, you know, so long, you know, and now it's like, boom, like this is good. All right, so job history. Let's download this real quick. This is what it looks like. That's so badass. All right, so we literally just one-shotted that, which is cool. Linux thing said first stream was hella different from now. You have come a long way in a short time. Yeah, the Linux thing was one of the first viewers on stream. So Linux thing, he's an administrator admin, and he is an OG. So shout out Linux. Stona, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. So this is looking good. I don't like the UI of this at all, but that's okay. This is so AI generated. Spin up bespoke imagery. That is like the most AI. All right, I do think that it actually did it all perfectly. I'm not in love with the UI. Take a look at the UI of this page and think deeply about how we can actually improve it, make it more compact and more modern and professional, and style it differently where, you know, for example, the parameters should essentially be compact into something that says show parameters that users can adjust the parameters. I want to be able to see, essentially there should be like kind of like a left sidebar where the user selects the image, whether it's an image or video, they select the model, they integrate their prompt, and then on the right hand side, that's where they should actually see the results. And then related to jobs, think of a better way where users can essentially click a button that says view past jobs instead of it being shown on this page. It should have a way better layout. Unknown said add an enhanced prompt button. Yeah, we can do that. That's a good idea. Unknown thinks it's an Anthropic model. Sakuda asked, sorry, just so you guys know this, it's like, I'm trying my best to get to chat and stuff, but as you guys know, it's like one thing about, you know, if you're new here, just to kind of understand what we're all about, is that the main mission is actually what we're doing. You know, I don't view myself as a content creator. It's not my goal to become a content creator. It's essentially my goal to share this journey so that other people can see what it takes to accomplish what I'm going to accomplish. And then once I accomplish my mission, I think it's going to be amazing to be able to look back. And I think it's going to be a big deal. Like, I think that, for example, let's say that I was grinding in silence and was able to make $1 million. Well, that's great. But I think that what we're doing here, the mission, is pretty cool. All right, so Cheetah failed here because this actually isn't a component. Fix this. Cheetah is really fast though. But yeah, to answer Sakudu's question, he said, how many years of experience do you have? Do you understand all the things that the agents do? Yeah, so I have about 3 years of experience now in this, and you know, it's cool because, you know, everything that you do, your knowledge, it all, you know, compounds on itself, right? So I started programming when I was a teenager, but got really into it in 2023. Early 2023 is when I started doing like kind of like learning more in depth, because it was I explained all of it in my all-in video that I released yesterday. So if you guys want to learn a little bit about my background and where I came from, you know, you can watch that video. And I'm sure that, you know, as things go along, I'll share more as we get bigger and bigger. But if you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's go check out 21st Dev, and, you know, maybe we can come up with a better UI for this. Or honestly, Fal AI does this really well as well. Like Fal AI, how they do it is they essentially have you know, the input over here, and then they have the prompt. They have essentially your result over here. And I kind of like this, so I'm just going to screenshot it. And I'm going to switch to 4.5. Honestly, let's do Claude Sonnet, thinking max, and then let's drop in. Also, we need to update our Trello board. Errors streaming to Slack from CloudWatch. This is now completed. This here, credit guards on all API related routes. So I did that because essentially for ViewSpark here, for Spark, like let's just test this. So I had 1830 when I made that request, and now I've got 1830. What the heck? All right, so hold up. ViewSpark is still not charging my account for credits. Take a look at this and figure out why this is. For example, I make a prompt and my credits are staying the same. Identify what is causing this, what the error is. Don't update any code, but just identify why I'm not seeing anything happen here. All right, so let's drop this in. Also, let's do a subscriber check. I think we're getting close to 5,000. Let's do a quick check here. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Here is our check. We are up to 4,976. So we are only 24 subscribers away from 5,000. So we are going to hit 5,000 today. So gonna be pretty cool to hit that. Might have to call up NS, if you guys know what I mean. All right. So this is taking a look at that, but let's go back to this new chat here where we were working on. Wait, where'd it go? I guess it disappeared. That's fine. So let's use GPT-5 high fast for this one, and let's just drop in like the screenshot here. And I'm just gonna say, hey, you know, I like kind of this much better. Take a look at this layout where you essentially have the input and then you have the result on the right. This is the kind of look that I like for the playground. Take a look at our existing playground logic and think deeply about how you can integrate a style more like this that's also responsive into the playground page. Oh, shoot. So the nice thing about Whisper Flow is that you can actually just pull this up, copy your transcript, paste that in. And then here, let's go, and I also want to add the playground in. Let's drop that in. Yeah, J35. There's gonna be a protest. All right, so, I mean, you know what I don't get is that, you know, now the credits adjust, you know, for Spark, but for example, oh, you know what it is? It's that it charges it after it's completed. So, for example, you know, watch this. If I, like this, once the streaming is done, I think that's when it charges the credits. Let's just confirm this. All right, so Spark, okay, there we go. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Take a look at the sidebar and take note of the credits that are shown in the sidebar. Right now, like essentially, I have to refresh the page to refresh credits, and that's just a bad look. Like think deeply about how we could potentially make this, you know, better where we don't have to actually refresh the page to have the updated credit count. All right, so we're gonna use cursor a little bit more today. As you guys know, I believe that, you know, it's nice. Cursor's nice sometimes because you can go like really fast. The playground should be offered as an option in the sidebar. If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, we're only 22 subscribers away from 5,000 now, so we're getting close. Crazy, the growth that we've experienced. It's, I think, you know, we may be one of the only people on the internet that's doing it like this. Seriously. So, literally, the growth is just absolutely incredible. Okay, so playground, little zap badge, which is cool. Okay, this is not good. All right, let's use Claude 4.5 Sonnet. Completely redesign this page. Oh, J35, nice. I really like that. So J35 said in the agent builder page, can you make it double click to open up the config node? Because even if he tries to drag it, it opens up. I really like that. Let's give that to a agent here. Also, this song's fire. All right. Dougal noted, are you in the Discord, Dougal? I've been talking to a couple of you guys in PMs. I definitely want to expand the team here soon. I need some help on programming related tasks. Obviously, we're going to scale and grow the company. So I'm going to need a couple team members of people that are experienced to come on. Obviously, with low revenue, pay isn't going to be great to start. But for those of you that would be interested, please join the Discord and message me on Discord personally. Just let me know you're interested, because in the next couple of months I'm definitely going to be scaling the team. So also, okay, there's this. The problem that I have is that, the result is rendering down below, and I just don't like that look. Like, for example, how I want it is I want there to be, when you open up the playground, the first step is to enter in, whether it's an image or video, and enter the prompt, select the model, enter the parameters and whatnot. And then once they click generate image, it should then go to essentially a result step. And on the result step, that's where they're essentially then shown the result. But also there needs to be an easy button to click on the job history, or essentially be able to click something to see active jobs, something like that. Think deeply about this and help me integrate this logic. Fluky said, we use different terminals to code. Are you working on the same project or different projects? So yeah, I get that question a lot. So I'm working on the same project in the same branch, in the same repositories. And I just am mindful of where the agents are at in the code base, and I make sure that I don't put them on top of each other. So it definitely is like a user related thing. Like, hey, you are the one obviously that's guiding the AIs. You are the one that's guiding the ship. And you got to know where your AI agents are actually working. Let's take a look at our Trello board, and this is now done. So this one, if you guys remember, create a new page called Playground, where it's solely focused on giving the users the complete freedom to create images and videos as they wish. So that was a big feature, and what's crazy is that we just created it in a couple minutes. We're gonna fix this error here, but if you guys are just tuned in, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I'm gonna fix that. Beamlack, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. So the TikTok ad, let's actually take a look at it, because basically the update on the TikTok ad was that I did not actually put enough money into my TikTok ad account for it to run the ad overnight. So it didn't run the ad overnight, unfortunately, but it's running right now. So right now we started only like an hour ago. So right now we've spent 34 cents. It's gotten 58 impressions, 1 click, and we spent 34 cents. I mean, that's nothing. So we'll have to see. Remember that the budget on it is $50 a day. So based off of what I'm seeing now, 34 cents with 58 impressions. If we just do some quick math on that, like let's just take that. Let's say we get 150 impressions per dollar that we spend. So we can expect to get 7,500 impressions, and then based off of that, we have a 2% click rate. So we should expect 150 people on the website today from the TikTok ad. So that's cool. Also remember that we want to get our Google ads up and running today, and then really a lot of what we're doing with the marketing side of things is that we're breaking down barriers in terms of the things that we have not done before. So for example, I've never personally launched a YouTube or a Google ad myself. At Bright Choice, we were running a lot of Google ads, but I had a marketing team doing that for me. So they would meet and they would give me a rundown of, hey, this is what we're doing. These are the results that we're seeing. So I know what goes into it, but in terms of the technical aspect of it, I haven't done that myself. So I'm gonna have to do that myself this time around. Hong said, should you only use Cursor with OpenRouter API to switch models, or is it better to purchase different subscriptions? I'm not sure. I don't use OpenRouter, so I'm not exactly sure on that one. J35, thanks for answering that question. Essex said that he's on the same path, currently at $140 MRR. Let's see who reaches the million first. Funny thing, we're almost on the same niche. That's awesome, Essex. Keep it going, man. Hunk said, some people prefer CLIs from OpenAI or Anthropic. Why? Because use APIs and Cursor won't be as good. Before, I only used Cursor. All right, so let's see now how this is doing. So essentially, I kind of changed it into a, you have your history here. I actually want to make, I want the history page to actually be its own page so that when the user clicks on it, it doesn't just pop up a modal, but instead is an actual page. Think deeply, create the new page, and create a beautiful user interface for it. All right, my Apple Watch wants me to stand. Gotta protect the back, eh? Stand for a bit. Do some stretches. So playground history. All right. And then essentially what we want to do, I actually want to turn this into a drop down because we're going to add a ton of different models to it. Like for example, let's go to file, and like let's just take this and let's go to Sora 2, and we're gonna integrate Sora into this, and it's gonna be very, very easy. Like, that's the great thing about file, is now that we have file integrated, you know, all we need to really do is just copy and paste this. So I'm gonna go to this chat. I'm gonna say, now integrate the Sora video model into the options and review the schema and make sure that the schema is adjusted to what parameters are accepted for this model, and respectively update the playground so that this model is added. So let's add Sora 2. So that's going to be Sora 2. Sora 2 is going to get dropped into ViewCreator here. What went wrong here? If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, we are currently 21 subscribers away from 5,000. So I think we're going to get there today. Going to be pretty cool to hit that milestone. Day 50, 5,000 subscribers, kind of like 2 milestones in one day, which is cool. Yeah, Cursor's expensive. I have the Ultra plan, but then once you go over the Ultra plan, the usage-based pricing, I mean, I ran up like $200 in like 5 days. I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, I'm running up a check right now. Alright, so here's the history. I don't think Nano Banana can create. KG, that's a good point. Yeah, the $100 Claude plan. All right, let's see here. All right, so we've been going for 102 minutes. So remember that we also need to do some marketing today. So we're gonna focus on the Google Ads first. So if you guys are interested in Google Ads and what that side of marketing looks like, make sure you stay tuned in, because we're going to be working on that here. All right, something to note. I just make sure that VO3 Fast works, by the way. So go to video, VO3 Fast, create a video of a streamer, vibe coding to $1 million. This song's fire. Wire Daniel, what's wrong with it? Wire Daniel, join the Discord and You can like send screenshots and stuff. Yeah, J35, I'm gonna fix that. All right, so here's our video. Let's see how it is. That's hilarious. You gotta be kidding me. That's so funny. Diaz, I spend about $1,000 a month right now. Wow. That's so funny. Alright, hold on, I gotta post that on X. Oh yeah, Wire Daniel, yeah. Diaz, I've been in the startup and investment world for a while, so I've got basically some money to invest. So right now I'm losing money, but this is my full-time job, and hey, when you take a risk on yourself, you have to know that, hey, you know, you're not going to be making money for a while when you start your own business. It's like I expect to lose, you know, a decent amount of money while I get this off the ground, but then once I get the ball rolling and get those network effects and the you know, the snowball effects, it'll do pretty well.
Wow.
All right. Somebody reported that the welcome demo has a problem where when you click watch demo, it was a random YouTube video. Since the demo video currently does not exist, I need you to remove the demo video and instead just have, you know, a nice welcome with information about the platform and remove the demo video since it doesn't exist. Thank you. Shout out to Wire Daniel. Thank you for that call out. That's actually really helpful. Beamlack, hey Jen, I don't know what that is. Diaz, that's awesome. Tony said, I'd get an in-depth how to calculate token usage and how to estimate it per call before it ever sends, but it's too complex. Yeah, I mean, that's how it is currently. Like, essentially, there's a setup where each call is configured, you know, with something. Right now, J35 did make a good point. It's like, hey, I didn't obviously, you know, say, hey, make it cost 5 credits for that, you know, simple usage, but it's obviously just an issue. Not a huge deal. I mean, most people are using the free plan right now. You guys are a bunch of freeloaders. I see you guys signing up, using the free plan, not buying any credits, taxing my API bills. You know who you are. You guys got to upgrade to the pro plan. What if I make it so that if you have the pro plan, the credits are like cheaper?
Wow.
Wow. All right, let's create another video. I want to say, oh, so here's Sora. So here's Sora 2. Now integrated. Something to remember is that different models have different parameters. So for example, you can't just have a, you know, for the playground page, you can't just have a universal parameters for images or video. It's dependent on the model. So for example, Nano Banana has different models than, you know, Flux, for example. So take a look at Flux, take a look at Nano Banana, take a look at Sora 2, take a look at VO3, and notice how these different models have different parameters, and then help me come up with, you know, a really good way so that, you know, in the API and in the front end, it knows which parameters the model actually has, so that we don't have, you know, universal parameters that end up causing issues down the line. Take a look at all of the schemas. Take a look at these 4 schemas, and also add Flux as an option for image now, since you can see the schema here. Unknown said, what GPT plan do you have to get this much Codex usage? I have the Pro plan, the $200 a month plan. But I don't know if you guys see what I'm doing, but essentially, you know, we're using FAL so that we have access to all these different AI models. But one problem that we're going to run into, you know, is that, hey, with, you know, these, I think it's giving it a universal parameters, which is not good. So for example, if we go to Sora here, I can just pull the schema and drop this in. And, you know, there's different parameters for this than there are, you know, for others. Let's do, I mean, it's fine, not a big of a deal. So that's Sora 2. Let's make the text that color. All right, so that's Sora 2 schema. Then let's go to VO3. VO3 fast here. And then we can pull that schema, drop it in. And then here we're gonna do, let's look up Nano Banana. Nano Banana, text to image. So then you grab this schema. All right, do this, and then grab, let's do Flux. So we're gonna do Flux context. That's a pretty good image editor. All right, Flux Pro. And then I wanna do text to image for this. And let's just do this, normal Pro. All right, there we go. All right, so 23,000 characters, yikes. I actually think that chat is now going to be getting taxed too heavily, because 23,000 characters is a ton. So we're going to start a new one, drop this in, If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We are up to 4,983 subscribers, so only 17 subscribers away from 5,000, so we're getting there, guys. We're going to hit it on stream. I'm actually going to leave this up here now, since it looks like we're probably going to hit it like within the next 30 minutes to an hour, depending on how the stream does here. I'm going to leave this up here. But if you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do that, because we're about to hit a huge milestone, guys. It's going to be sick. Let's go. Jose, how's it going? So the better plan gets cheaper, extra credit costs. Yeah. So that is an option, Tony. So we're going to have to figure that out today. I mean, we'll really have to, especially with like now that we have, you know, these different models that we're integrating, we can't just do a baseline like, hey, it costs this much to create an image. It's going to have to probably look a little bit different. You know what's really cool is I got an email from Sentry that said, hey, there's an issue here. Look at this. So this here, somebody just had a network error in the dashboard page on Firefox. Hey, let's go, guys. Only 14 away. Diaz said, what language are you using for your backend in the database? So I'm a big TypeScript guy. And then in terms of the actual, like, I'm using Nest. That's the framework that I'm using. And then in the database, I use Postgres with TypeRM. Pretty slick. Beamlack, sorry, I'm just catching up on chat. He said, I just figured out about HeyGen, make AI video for it. You can make 3 videos up to 3 minutes each for free. I made a demo video and it was really realistic. HeyGen, that sounds really interesting. Let's look it up. HeyGen, heygen.com. That's cool. Wow. Looks pretty cool. Yeah, Imperium, we're getting pretty close. Oh, HeyGen's affiliated with Canva, apparently. That's cool. All right, so these 2 agents are working. I need to get some vitamin B and some vitamins, so I'll be back, guys. Let me grab some vitamins. All right, I'm back. All right, so I need a better way to do the crediting system, I think. All right, also, while these are working, we should probably get Google Ads going. So let's pull up Google Ads real quick. So Google Ads Manager. All right. So here's what I'm looking at, guys. All right, so campaign objectives. We're going to do website traffic. All right, so we're gonna select, also, let's go proceed with next steps. Do an in-depth review of our existing crediting system. So for example, it's very important that we review how currently credits are being like, for example, if somebody creates an image, how many credits does it cost? Or if somebody creates a description, how many credits does it cost? Or if somebody uses Spark, how many credits does it cost? Like, tell me right now, do a complete review of all the tools that actually use credits, like YouTube thumbnail generator, YouTube transcript generator, and come back with an in-depth review. Actually create an MD file with this information on how this is being done so that we can evaluate, you know, how it's currently being done, and then we can think through potentially a better system that's a little bit more manageable. So for example, you know, I need a way to store and to show users essentially how much everything costs. So I need to be able to have a page where users know how much credits are being charged for, you know, use of different tools. So right now, just create an MD file and do an in-depth review and create an MD file of how it's currently being done, and then think through, you know, how we could create a constants file on the front end that holds this, and then a constants file on the back end that holds, you know, what these different tools cost, that we can then think through a better approach to this system. But for now, just do an in-depth review and create an MD file respectively. I think that's a pretty good prompt there. So we're gonna do an in-depth review of the, you know, the system there. If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. KG Taki, thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. About to hit 5K. 5 for the big 5, I like that. All right, also guys, I literally, I just launched YouTube memberships. So essentially something that I did was, if you guys like refresh the stream, I literally just launched it just now, since we can launch it, you know, I wanted to launch it at 5,000. So we're launching it today now that we're hitting 5,000. So if you guys are watching and would be interested in signing up for YouTube memberships, that is now an option. There's 3 levels. There is starter. What is it? It's starter. There's 3 levels to it. So depending on, you know, what your budget is, the levels are, I'll just show you guys totally. So here are the levels. Looks like I'm having some, I think my RAM, if I pull up activity, I bet I'm getting taxed right now, aren't I? I bet I'm at 90 gigs of RAM right now. 84 gigabytes of memory is being used right now. Crazy. But yeah, let's see here. So basically, there's now 3 levels. So for YouTube memberships, so essentially what we have here. So if you guys have been watching the stream, a great way to essentially now support me, as well as get extra perks is we have these 3 membership levels. We have starter, builder, and then architect. So essentially what we're going to be doing is for starter, there's loyalty badges, emojis, members only live chats, and then early access to new videos. So that's going to be getting set up here shortly. And then builder, members only shorts, and then member shoutouts, as well as the perks from the previous levels. And then the architect is going to be members only live stream. So those are some perks. I don't know whether you guys are going to be interested in this or not, but I'm just getting started out. So just want to let you guys know that we now are doing memberships for the channel. Not sure, if you guys are interested in this, but I just wanted to do it because this is now essentially an extra way to help support me if you are enjoying the mission and you guys are enjoying the streams, as well as, get some extra perks for the community. So just wanted to share that with you guys. That literally just went live like 2 minutes ago. So you guys are the first people to know. Pretty cool. Yeah, I saw the M5 could potentially be coming, but Janice asked, what MacBook do you have? So I have my MacBook, wherever it is, I think it's in the other room, but I have an M4 Max Pro, a MacBook Pro M4 Max chip, and then also I've got, for the computer that I'm on now, I've got an M3 Ultra, which is pretty nice. All right, so let me get this campaign launched. This is doing that, so it's going to be for website traffic. This is going to be search. All right, so I'm getting this set up. Right now, this is now in progress, launching the Google ad campaign. I think this is now done. This is done. Better crediting system, this is in progress. This is now done. Let's take a look at this. Alright, so I just started a new campaign. I can't show it to you guys because it's sensitive. What do you want to focus on? I want to get conversions. Thank you, whoever just subscribed. Thank you for the support. We're 12 subscribers away from 5,000. Let's go, guys. I'm not even going to do an audience segment here because I think if I do the keywords, if I do specific keywords, then I can just... Karanot said, how do you simultaneously build multiple features at the same time? So basically what I do is I just, I keep track of the Trello board and I know which is working on what. Like this right now is working on improving the crediting system, which is in progress here. And then this here is working on the playground schema so that, when we actually have, if I go over to our playground, the schema is what we're working on here because, for example, you can't change the aspect ratio for text to image on Nano Banana. So we need to make sure that that's, set up correctly. Guys, we are 12 subscribers away. Thanks, Mohammed. Code quality is pretty good. All right, guys, we're 11 away. Getting close. Okay. Axiologies, I might have to, but I think we'll hit it anyway. So, Mr. Know-It-All said, "What setup do you use? IDE and cursor, IDE and etc." So I use Codex here. That's what you see here, and then I also use cursor. So Codex and cursor mainly. So, okay, so what we just did, so this agent was working on, and you can see that it did reflect here, is that we're actually able to, like, watch this. You can see the advanced parameters for VO3 fast. You can see that it's got all these parameters, right? Now, watch how that changes to when you use Sora. Sora, it's different. You only have 4 seconds, so. Very interesting here. Do not give them the option to enter their own OpenAI API key. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Hung. Mohammed, what do you mean the golden shield? The golden shield? Golden shield does sound sick. Hey, getting closer. Fix this here. I think, yeah, I don't know. Let's leave that for a second. Clear up the context window. Well, the thing is like, I don't clear up the context window if it's still working on essentially, you know, what I want it to work on. Like, hey, I'm not going to start a new conversation if, for example, it's working on the exact thing that I need it to be working on. So, you know, I don't want to start a fresh conversation that doesn't have the context that of what I was working on previously. If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Getting close to 5,000, only 9 away. Personal, Hadi, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, Mohammed, I get the Tom Holland thing a lot. Yeah. I was going into the gym yesterday, and there's this girl at the front desk, and she was like, you know, you look like Tom Holland. I was like, actually, no, you know what she said? She was like, you know who you look like? She's like, do you know who you look like? I was like, yeah, you don't need to say it. I was like, I know.
Wow. Wow.
Austin Reeves, I haven't gotten that one. No, I'm not 5'7", I'm 5'11". Jose, I'm dead. She doesn't know I'm on monk mode though, right guys? They don't know that I'm like, hey, what do you think about streamers? You guys like streamer entrepreneurs? Girls want guys that, not girls, but some girls, they want guys that are just gonna like obsess over them so they can like, you know, take their souls and stuff. I used to fall for a lot of girls like that, so I've learned from my mistakes, guys. I'm not gonna get my soul snatched again. I've gotten my soul snatched before. Gotta be careful. Okay, let's test Flux Pro context here. Create a infographic image for a Instagram post of a infographic teaching users how to go viral on Instagram. So square, guidance scale. So let's try this, generate. You know, it's just crazy that, you know, once you provide the schema, like all you have to do is, you know, drop in this schema. And the great thing about AI is that if you do have the reference guide to some of this stuff, it is going to be able to one-shot stuff very, very easily. So, you know, Flux Pro context isn't that great. So let's try that again. Create a infographic post for Instagram teaching users how to go viral on Instagram. right, so let's try this. This actually will give us, I'm pretty sure that Nano Banana is the best image model. Jose, you think so? That's funny. Yeah, she's been practicing. She's like, and then, you know, it's funny. I kind of like, I kind of just keep to myself. Like out in public, I keep to myself most of the time. I'm not looking to get distracted. All right, I'm not looking to get distracted with people that aren't on my wave. I got a good thing going. I know that if I just lock in for a bit, I'll be good. All right, so let's clear a little bit, freshen up the workspace. We are 8 subscribers away from 5,000. So if you guys have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Getting close. All right, so now, you know what I want to do is I essentially want to, you know, create what we were wanting to do before. So for example, on the Trello board, create a ViewCreator agent that'll be able to create our first posts for Instagram plus X plus TikTok plus Facebook. Hold up. Let's go, Brian. Yeah, the AI is going to snatch my soul too. So, I mean, at this point, I think it already has. There's no going back from that one, you know. All right, where's this pricing related stuff? Find the file, the MD file associated with the credits review. Credit system review, already found it. So essentially what I need you to do is I need you to create a better system for the credit system. So right now, you know, leave the API the way it is, but at least on the front end, you know, create a constants file and then create a front end page where users can actually review what credits, like the entire credit system, like so they can actually see which tools cost how much credits. So review this in depth, and then in the front end, just create a constants file in the constants directory, and then create the page for it that renders that constants file in. Don't worry about the API right now. We're going to take a look at this after, but let's just do that first. I don't use any freelancers right now, Mohammed. Hung said, by the way, do you CD to a directory? How do I CD directory? By putting them on the desktop. Normally it would require a full path name, not just CD ViewCreator. Yeah, so I put them on the desktop. So I have all my, like anything important to me is on my desktop, because then, you know, I can just CD desktop and then CD into, you know, CD desktop, CD project, pretty much. That's how it's set up. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, we're getting pretty close to 5,000. We are 8 subscribers away, so we'll definitely hit it on stream. It's gonna be freaking sick, so let's go. go. So we're getting these errors in prod right now. And this is why what we did earlier was so great. Check out these logs that I'm getting in CloudWatch. Take a look at them and identify what's going on. Is this malicious or what is going on here? Debug a little bit. So it said that this is malicious. This is a malicious activity. So what's the person trying to do? So what is this? Why is this malicious? What is this person trying to do? I think Tony's at uni. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so it looks like somebody's doing a probe of the API. So I'm just taking a look at this, and it's cool. You know, is that hey, so then there was also this. Wow, this is such a good setup for CloudWatch. take a look at the playground endpoints and make sure that these are properly off-guarded and credit guarded, and make sure that they cannot be abused. J35 said check DMs. J35 doesn't miss, so let me see here. J35. Oh, wow. All right, so J35 said that, don't worry, that's me checking API routes and all. We'll update you if I find something. You rock, J35. Thank you. J35 out here literally probing for vulnerabilities. What a badass. J35 is such a badass. He says, don't worry, that's just me. Oh my gosh. All right, so basically, for those of you just tuning in now, so also Tony, I'm about to go on a rant on what Tony's saying, but basically, you know, we set up the errors so that, you know, when errors happen now in production, we're gonna get pinged in Slack that errors happened. And that's great because, you know, we're able to see, okay, like I was literally notified when J35 just said that he's essentially been testing this. So pretty cool that that he's been doing that, because he's essentially what he's doing is he has a token and he's testing to see if he can do credit transactions with negative numbers. And it was saying, hey, limit must not be negative. So that's pretty cool. Shout out to J35. Wired Daniel said, what day video did you set up the CloudWatch? I need to catch up. Great idea on that feature. Yeah, so Wired Daniel. So I set up the CloudWatch Stripe integration today. I couldn't show it because it's like a bunch of sensitive information, but with Slack, you can essentially go to the Slack API if you have a Slack account and create a new Slack. It's super easy. I literally did it in like 15 minutes. And I just use Cursor to then integrate with my AWS account to do that. Also, if you guys are watching, you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're about to pass 5,000 subscribers. I think we can do it here soon. We got 73 watchers, so let's see where we're at. We've currently got 4,993, so we're only 7 away. So if you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do that, because we're about to hit 5,000 on stream. So this is going to be a legendary moment. Big milestone for us, guys. I remember, like, obviously, we're going to go pretty far, so it's pretty cool. Corbin said, based off of our spec kit chat yesterday, it looks like Cursor's new plan mode might do what you need to. Okay, I'll have to check out plan mode. I don't use it a ton, but all right, so let's check out the crediting system also that that Cursor set up. So I think it was this one here. So let's take a look at so credit costs at TS, and then in the dashboard, there should be a credit cost page. Please create this in the dashboard. I'm dead, KG. Yeah, J35 is literally hacking the mainframe. Haimon said, is there any free AI coding editor or agent? I mean, you can get free trials and stuff, but for the most part, like, hey, since all this stuff is hooked to APIs, it's going to cost money. How do I hide my EMVs? I just don't open them. Like, if I do anything sensitive, I always just open it up on a second monitor. J35 said, when it deducts credits, it passes a positive number. I was trying to pass in negative numbers to check if I can bypass and add tokens. Yeah, that's really smart. Okay, wait, hold up. So he said, did manage to get myself in. Oh, interesting. All right, J35, I'm gonna drop this in. Dang, J35, I'm impressed. All right, guys, we're 4 subscribers away from 5,000. I'll try and keep this up here. All right, dashboard. So dashboard credit costs now has what we need. So let's go to the dashboard. And then let's go to credit costs. Oh, what the heck? All right, hold on. All right, guys, we're 3 away from 5,000. Man, 4.5, Sonnet 4.5 missed big time here. Oh, yes. Thank you, J35. I want this page deleted. J35. Cooking. I did not participate in that competition, Mohammed. All right, guys, so we are about to hit 5,000 subscribers. Huge milestone for us. So I'm going to drop another link into the chat. If you guys have not joined our Discord, make sure that you click the link that I just sent. It's an invite link. It's totally free. Tony, shout out to Tony. So Tony, yesterday he gave me essentially a prompt that fixed our sitemap and the sentry test. And to answer your question, Tony, yes, it did. So thank you very much for catching that. And just super helpful, Tony. Thank you. Delete this page as well. Also, something that Tony said is yeah. So Tony said that he's in his last year of college and they're doing print statements in Python. Yeah, I mean, Tony, to your point, I actually wanted to kind of talk on this a little bit because, you know, I went to college to study finance, and I just found college to be essentially like college, I would say, is more so like better for the social aspect and for kind of like just getting started in life, and less about, you know, learning. I just don't think that you really learn a whole lot in college. I think that you go to college and they give you a bunch of homework and you waste a lot of your time. I think it's better to just teach yourself stuff. Use AI, especially in today's day and age. Okay, so those are fixed. run npm run build in the UI and properly ensure that it's building correctly. Run npm run test in the API and make sure that all tests are passing. Yeah, 100%, Tony. If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, we're only 3 subscribers away from 5,000. So if you're in here and you haven't already clicked sub, it could be a 5,000 subscriber. Let's get it. All right, let's go to that credit cost page now and actually take a look at, like, hey, what are the credit costs? The credit cost page should be as simple as possible. Like, literally, it should just at the top say credit costs and have the cost for each different type of job. So tired of Claude. NS, you're about to witness 5K. Oh, shoot. We're 1 away, guys. All right. You guys are about to witness 5K. Hey. We did it, guys. We're about to probably get memed on, but we did it. Wow. Wow. Just took a screenshot of it. Wow. Just hit it, guys. And now we're surging. Let's go. Thank you to everybody who's supported me. J35, thank you. NS, thank you. Corbin, thank you. Hung, 10K soon. You're right. Let's go. Anji, congrats. Thank you. Tony, thank you. KG, thank you. Sakuda said that he's the 5,000th subscriber. Wire Daniel, thank you. J35, thank you again. NS, thank you. Hung said, damn, 1 to 5K is the hardest and you did it. Congrats, bro. To 10K is actually easier. Yeah, I think so. NS said, congrats, Bridge. Got to celebrate. I know, man. We got to celebrate. Blocker said you should celebrate this, man. Do some party. Well, yeah, we were considering doing a party with NS. As you guys know, Noah Stumler, who's in the chat, is one of my closest friends, and he's a real one, if you know what I mean. So we were considering potentially doing a party stream on Friday where we'll be doing some vibe coding, maybe toss a couple drinks back, if you know what I mean. But at the same time, I'm trying to decide whether or not I need to stay on my monk mode, you know what I mean? So, but yeah, guys, this is pretty crazy. 5,000 in like less than 2 months. Just insane. Or I guess it's been a little bit over 2 months, but like less than 10 weeks, you know, that's crazy. So, Wire Daniel, yeah, I have. Thanks, Linux. Thanks, Naya Playhouse. Zoe, there's a lot of different good options for authentication systems. Yeah, Hung, I agree. We're gonna have to celebrate with some sparkling water because you got to keep the brain clear. Can't be doing any of that debauchery, any of that nonsense. It's not what we're about. It's not what the mission is about. All right, so here are the new credit costs. The Spark AI chat is way too expensive. Think in depth about what model this actually uses and how much that model costs, and think about what a better cost for that tool use would be. Also, now that we're 5,000, yeah, I mentioned this earlier. I see a couple people talking about it in chat. I now have channel memberships turned on. This is essentially another way to support the channel now. I'll just show it to you guys here. So for example, what I see down here is join, and KG Tachi is actually the first member to join the BridgeMind membership. KG, thank you. KG with the super chat and our first YouTube member. That's unbelievable. So thank you so much. Shout out to KG Tachi. You can see that he is now in the starter plan, so he has a cool little badge here. As you can see, he's now a member. So I'm actually gonna also add him as a moderator. Thank you, KG, for the super chat and the first membership. But yeah, we have starter, builder, and architect. We're gonna be doing members only live streams at some point. Not all of them are gonna be members only, but we are gonna have a few that are members only. And then we have members only shorts, member shout outs, and then starter. Early access to new videos, and member-only live chats. So all these things are coming, and just another way to support everything that we're doing here. But thank you to everybody. We just surpassed 5,000. Brian said, congrats, Monsieur Matt. This growth is both phenomenal and inspiring. Continue the great work. Dougal said, let's go. Let's go, Dougal. Thank you, guys. Appreciate all the support. It's unbelievable. Yeah, we did it. Crazy. Thanks, Corbin. Corbin just dropped a $10 super chat. Thank you. Thanks for the support, Corbin. Let's go. Man, you guys are putting a big smile on my face. It's been a long journey, and we still got plenty of journey to go. But pretty cool to be able to stop and reflect, and I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for all the support. Got a big smile on my face. Tony said, how would you say Magic Keyboard compares to MacBook's keyboard? Because MacBook is a little bit more thick, so it has a different feel probably. So yeah, I use, this is my keyboard. It's like the Apple standard one. I like this because, the Apple keyboards are different than a standardized keyboard that would integrate, with just like a normal, like Windows computer or something. This one's a little bit different. Hung said the community is stronger than some with 20 to 30,000 subs. LOL, all for the mission. Yeah, 100%. Like, something that's crazy, if you guys haven't noticed, the engagement and this community at this level of subs, like for example, there's other channels that I watch that have 3 times the amount of subscribers, and we actually have better engagement than they do. So to put that in perspective, essentially our community is three times more engaged than your normal community of this size. So it's just incredible, and that's all because of you guys. Obviously, you know, it's like, hey, I just really appreciate it, seriously. All right, so we have this playground generation tool now. Thanks, King of Gario. Appreciate it. Take a look at the cost for generating the videos now in Playground. What is the current cost? Note the cost for VO3 and Sora 2. It is expensive, so we need to make sure that the credits make sense. Yeah, 50 cents a second. Let's see. I did integrate web search on this, so I feel like it should be able to find the price. Make sure the build is working correctly. Shoot, I'm getting a call, guys. Corbin said that he is planning to try and test the GLM models for development instead of Sonnet or GPT-5. Way cheaper. Something to check out. Yeah. 100% Corbin. Yeah, GLM is like, once you average out input and output, even compared to GPT-5, which GPT-5 is relatively a pretty cost-efficient model, it's like 30% of the cost of GPT-5, which is insane. That's hilarious, DW. Diaz said, at the end of the day, how do you save the progress with your AIs? If power is off my Mac, I lose the chat. I mean, it's all stored. With Codex, it doesn't, like if I'm using Codex CLI, it doesn't store the conversations. That's, one drawback of using the CLIs, but okay, so creation multiplier. Yeah, so per second billing, 10 cents per second for Sora 2. Pro is up to 30 cents to 50 seconds. So given $5 equals 100 credits. Standard. All right. Tony says that he's a little bit schizophrenic when it comes to data, and it's actually not shared and used for training. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, really? Tony, I didn't know that. Codex resume. Oh, wait. Is it? Oh, it's that there. But you have to... Oh, wow. Okay, I actually didn't know this. So you do Codex resume, and then you can actually select which chat. Oh, wow. Tony is cracked. All right, shout out to Tony. So if you run up Codex resume, it will literally list all your chat history. I didn't know that. Wow. That's awesome. Forgot that Tony was coded like that. So that's something to note, is that if you're using Codex resume, you can literally select your past chats. I did not know that. Hopefully that helps somebody in chat. Claude, continue. All right, so if I go to credit cost, let's check it how much video generation is actually costing right now. Yeah, J35, let's check the usage. All right, 390 this month. That's not bad. So we're getting, double our plan now. So, I spent $200 for this plan, so I get $390 in credits. That's cool. What was the biggest usage day? Today so far, it's been $35 today on Codex. All right. I feel like we should go back to the Trello board and figure out, hey, what should we do next? All right, let's get a Google ad campaign launched. But we do have 77 watchers. I feel like we should keep on vibe coding for a bit. Take a look at the existing configuration with the FAL music generation models and help me build a page in the application in the dashboard at dashboard music and help me to properly integrate with the music model respectively, and give me the ability to create music inside the application. Take a look at the existing logic in the API and then help me to properly update the front end and create a really good user-friendly page for this. So guys, one idea that I have, as you guys know, the music that we listen to, I get a lot of questions essentially that are like, hey, I really like the playlist that you're listening to. Can you share with me the the link to the playlist that you listen to during stream? And something that's really cool is that the music that we listen to on stream is actually entirely AI generated. And I actually know the person that created the music, and we were talking back and forth, and he was like, yeah, I made a an N8N integration so that I could automate the creation of this music. So he used a N8N integration to create music, right? And so that's how he creates these playlists, and I thought it was really cool, right? And it's just interesting that, like, let's say that down the line for ViewCreator, if you want to create social posts that do well, right, that are successful, something to remember is that, hey, for social posts to do well, like, music is important. Like, why do you think some TikToks do super well? Like, are TikToks going to perform well that don't have a little like jingle in the background? So something that we know that we're gonna have to integrate at some point into our agentic system is music generation. And I know that we already have music generation actually integrated. So we're gonna take a look at this. Right now, this agent is gonna take a look at what we already have set up. You can see it's reviewing the text to music service, and we're gonna take a look at this. King of Agario asked, how is the ad campaign doing? Do you see a surge in visits on the website? So I explained this earlier in the video, but we actually didn't have enough funds in our TikTok account. I only had $20 in there yesterday, and I didn't know that for ads to even run, you have to have, essentially you have to have more than your daily budget in the TikTok account itself. So right now I'm looking at, we've spent only, it looks like, we've only spent like 31 cents. We spent literally 31 cents on the campaign so far. So right now, it hasn't shown it to a ton of people yet. So we're still kind of waiting to hear back from that. Corbin asked, have you built your workflow manually and created any ads with that flow already? So that's actually one of our goals today. So if you look at this on the Trello board, create a ViewCreator agent that will be able to actually create our first post for Instagram plus X plus TikTok plus Facebook. So what we want to do with this flow is we want to be able to actually create an agent that's going to be able to create some of the ViewCreator Instagram content. So we want to get started with that. And actually that's the next thing I want to do here in a minute. He said, could you do it for your 5K mark, for instance, now? Yeah, so that's what we want to do 100%, is we want to be able to create, that for us. Let's take a look. I'm just kind of curious, like, as to, the best way to do that, because we just created the playground. The reason that we were working on the playground is because, essentially we want to be able to, set this up so that we can create images that we can then replicate. Like, we want to create an agent that has certain things in it that we can replicate. Burn, it's already like deployed and everything. ViewCreator.ai. Okay. So if we just, like, I'm trying to just think about the best way to do this. Yeah, ViewCreator has an API. All right, so let's drop this image in here. So we have this hex color. And then this hex color. Oh. and this is the secondary. So I just want to see, like, hey, using Nano Banana, can we literally, like, create an intro slide for an Instagram carousel post that has the primary and the secondary colors in a nice gradient. And essentially, the image will be an Instagram post that is the intro or the first slide in a Instagram carousel or slideshow post, and will introduce the concept of the post. For ViewCreator, which is the company that is creating this post, the username is ViewCreator AI, and that should have that in the bottom right hand corner. And it should essentially have the title of the post, like for example, 5 tips to growing your social presence, or 5 tips to going viral. Yeah, I actually like that better. 5 tips to going viral. And it should then have kind of like an arrow so that the users know to swipe. Let's just see if this works. That's, oh wow, okay. So 5 tips to going viral. All right, but now we need a better way to like edit images, you know? In the playground, I need a better way to edit images. So as you can see, like right now, it's easy to generate an image, but the problem is that once users actually generate an image, I want them to easily be able to like make edits to it. So for example, they should be able to, you know, then edit the image. And I want to integrate with the Nano Banana edit model for this. It's already used in other areas of the application, so take a look. But for example, you know, take a look at what I'm looking at right now. I want to be able to edit this and, you know, request additional edits to this. So think deeply about how we could potentially integrate this and then properly help me integrate a new API route for this, as well as additional logic for this. Imperium said, when will we push these updates? As you know, Imperium, we usually push updates like daily. So this update's gonna get pushed today. I'm actually considering drinking some coffee right now. You know, something that I have to, like, I'm very, like, obviously, like, a little bit worn down right now. But the thing is, like, something to consider is whenever you're grinding, something my dad taught me is he always said, hey, listen, like, when you're drinking caffeine, you can't be drinking, like, multiple cups per day, because then essentially what happens is you will then become dependent on it. So, like, for example, I'm feeling like I could really use a boost from some caffeine right now, right? But the problem is once you introduce a third-party chemical, your body then, you know, depends on that chemical. So the problem is that we have to be careful. You know, obviously we're in it for the long haul. It's only day 50. I don't want to, you know, go down a bad path. That's something that's like, for all of you guys out there, it's like, hey, you know, you got to take care of your body. You got to take care of your habits. And this is just a good example of like, hey, I'm feeling really drained right now. But you know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep on working, and I'm not going to let it bother me. And I'm just going to push through, and I'm going to push through it on my own means. I don't need coffee. I don't need anything to like keep me going. You know what I mean? Imperium said there's a problem when you have multiple times coffee. Yeah. Tony said, I have energy drinks all day. I'm cooked. I don't even feel it anymore. Oh my gosh, Tony, rip. Chill Gaming said, I drink 15 cups of coffee today. What? Chill Gaming, that is not chill. Imperium said, I drink 2 cups of coffee a day. Chill Gaming said he never sleeps. I bet. 15 cups. I mean, are you okay, man? So we're just going to drink some water, guys. Tony, I totally relate with that. Oh, the nootropics. So Corbin said Thesis has been amazing for me. It's nootropics. I've tried nootropics before when I was a freshman. Actually, no, junior in college. I would be, tried some nootropics with a buddy of mine, and they would like keep you up at night. Like if you do nootropics, oh my gosh, you'd be wired. But also, like I did like a lot of pre-workout, and there would be nootropics in my pre-workout, and they would like I'd be feeling like a different person. Linux thing says, in place of coffee, a 2-minute outdoor break, even a walk to the end of your drive or whatever helps. Well, the question is, I would like to go on a walk, but the question is, can I go on a walk? Like, I'd love to go on a quick walk right now, but the problem is, obviously I'm on stream, so, you know, if I went on a walk right now, like if I went on just like a 5-minute walk and took a little bit of a break, I would be able to come back to the stream way more refreshed. But let me know, guys, like, would everybody still be chilling on stream when I got back? Like, that's always an issue, like, you know, being on stream. Linux, that's actually a really good idea. Chat, let me know. Like if I said, all right, like obviously I want to keep building, but guys, I want to go touch some grass. Like, if I go touch some grass, am I gonna come back to the stream and there's like only, you know, 10 people on here? That's the question. So chat, let me know. Like if I leave right now, is everybody still gonna be chilling? Because I can go around the block and I'll probably come back way more refreshed. That's actually a great idea, Linux. And I mean, our agents are still working. So Imperium says yes. Okay, Corbin said just put a sign up that says I'll be right back. All right, Fax Linux. All right, Certified Dripper. All right, guys. All right, Linux, thanks for the idea. So I can put up a text here. I'm gonna say, I'll BRB. All right, guys, I'm gonna go for a walk outside. So I'm gonna take the headphones off, and then I'm just gonna play the music like on here. Let me take these off. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, big shout out to Linux Thing for that idea. I just got back, guys, from a little walk. That was much needed, and I actually have something to show everybody on stream. I have something to show everybody. This is a big deal, all right? Check this out. You guys see this? You know what that is? Yeah, that's right, folks. It's grass. I just went out. I had to bring back some evidence. And I did, in fact, touch grass today. So I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then we'll get back to it. I had a couple good ideas while I was out for my walk. So again, shout out to Linux Thing for the idea. And looks like, let's check out how many people are still here. Let me check. Oh, 65? Let's go. All right, I'm pretty sure that's how many I had when I left. So thank you guys for, that's actually great. Let's go. All right, so I'll be back, guys. I'm going to just use the restroom real quick, and then we'll get going. KG Tachi, I'm dead. All right, let's get back to it. All right, we're back. Former said, "Yo, I'm new here. Welcome to the stream, Former." We're back. Let me get this. I'll be right back. Text out of the way, and let's get to it. Yes, I want to remember that. Okay. All right. So a couple things. So it looks like this agent is actually still working, which is great. If you guys remember, what we wanted to do is we wanted to make it so that we are actually now able to edit results. So here for our creations, what's really cool is that we keep track of our creations. And this is all new today. This is all new functionality. So I think this playground is going to be a pretty cool tool. This prompt that I was using here before, essentially I just dropped in the hex colors of ViewCreator, and I essentially said, hey, you know, I want you to create an Instagram intro slide. Looks like there's this edit button now. So this has been running for 20 minutes. So guys, you know what's crazy is I literally went out on a walk, and then essentially, you know, I came back. The agent is just now finishing. It's been running the whole time. I mean, so this is a big shout out to Linux Thing, because I'm probably going to do that more, because I like feel so much more energized now. You know, I just took a 15-minute break. DW, I'm so dead. I promise, guys, I did touch actual grass. Okay, so let's see if this edit functionality works. So make it say ViewCreator AI, not ViewCreator AI. So we'll just make it say this variations. All right, so can we generate this edit? Imperium said when you're out, one of the agents revealed foul AI API key on console. That would be bad. All right, let's see. Terminal. Is there any issues in terminal? Looks like it's running. Former asked, are you using a framework? So I use Nest on the API, Next on the front end, and then Postgres on the back end of the database. All right, I don't know if this is actually... Okay, so it said edit request submitted, switching to results. Okay, so it should essentially allow users to be able to highlight the parts of the image that they want to edit. So for example, they should be able to, you know, use a paintbrush essentially to paintbrush on specific parts of an image that they want to change. If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're up to 5,017 subs, so we blew past 5,000 subs today. Absolutely insane. The growth here is just crazy. Alright. This is still working, it looks like. Let's go, XLI. Yeah, we hit it. Light Yagami said, loved your Droid GLM video. Thank you. Congrats on day 50. Yeah, we made it. Also, what is this music and why is it so fire? I need to turn this up. Oh my gosh, that's fire. Okay, so this prompt that I just gave it, essentially I said, okay, so it should essentially allow users to be able to highlight the parts of the image that they want to edit. So for example, they should be able to use a paintbrush to paint on specific parts of an image that they want to change. The editing modal can be larger and with better features. Also, the jobs, also, would there be a way to link the refined or edited images to the original job and be able to keep track of the original job so that the user could then see the variations of that job from the edits instead of it creating a new job each time. I believe this would need to be done at the entity level and then to properly integrate it into the API and the front-end UI accordingly. Think deeply and create a plan for updates. I will handle the migrations. You just need to update the code. So I had it initially, like right now, I'm having it update it. I'm just creating an MD plan. So right now it's creating a plan, which is good. It looks like the plan is already being created. Let's see how much context that this chat actually has left. Why can I not see the context here? If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We just hit 5,000 subscribers. Why can I not see the context? I'll just say, all right, now integrate the updates. Wait, I want to create an MD file accordingly. Create an MD file with different phases that are needed for this, and I'll pass this into another AI model chat. Push Coalition, how's it going? Good to see you back. Imperium said the dashboard is looking clean and professional, to be honest. Thank you, Imperium. Appreciate the feedback. Jin asked a really good question. He said, yo, how do you handle multiple AI instances modifying the same directory at a time? So pretty much it's really up to you how you do that. So for example, like if you have multiple AI agents working in the same directory, all you need to do is you need to be mindful of what tasks those agents are actually working on. So for example, when I'm doing something like this, I'll be able to make sure, like, okay, if I'm using multiple chats, I know where those agents actually are working. So let's do Codex here, and we're going to launch this, and then we're going to add the playground image edit enhancement plan. I'm going to say, please review the plan and think in depth, and then begin updating the code. Remember that I will handle user migrations, and all you need to do is update the code, and I will handle migrations. Push Coalition said, long time since last time. What's your workflow today? Task list. So right now, the current task that we're working on is we're working on the playground. So now with the playground here, we're basically making it so that not only, do we have all these tools, like for example, we have the YouTube thumbnail generator, the YouTube transcript generator, all these tools related to different platforms, or as well as our agents. So, these are essentially tools, like for example, the agents is pretty cool because here with agents, here you're able to create custom workflows, right? And one thing on our task list today that we're going to be doing here in the next few minutes, once we get this working, is we want to create a ViewCreator agent that will be able to create our first post for Instagram and X and TikTok and Facebook, and we're going to be able to automate this. So essentially, what we want to do is we want to actually be able to create an agent that's going to be able to automate our ViewCreator post, because a big way that we're going to be marketing ViewCreator is to essentially say, hey, the video that you're seeing, the ad that you're seeing, the content you're seeing, it was made using ViewCreator. So that's essentially the big marketing spin that we're putting on ViewCreator. That's essentially like the big push that we're doing. So everything that we want to do, we want to actually, essentially a new term that I'm going to be coining is vibe marketing. And what vibe marketing is being able to use AI to actually do all of your marketing strategies. So for example, the ad that we put out yesterday on TikTok, we used AI, we used Spark to be able to generate the script for it. So Spark is the AI marketing assistant. That's just your generalized AI assistant here. Then Playground, we're about to start using Playground as well. No, this is not NAN. So this is actually the agents here. This is a complete custom system made by myself. And we put a lot of work into it. All of this has been done on stream, obviously. So if you're new here and you are just joining us, the main premise of ViewCreator is an all-in-one platform to create viral content. So as you can see, we have a ton of tools that content creators and businesses are able to use to essentially automate their marketing workflows. So it's pretty cool. Push Coalition said, this is great work, man. You want to add like a badge the user needs to pay for to remove from different features generated? Yeah, so that's a great question. Something that we're working on is as we kind of transition from our open beta to the mainstream launch, which is now we are in mainstream launch, so people can sign up at viewcreator.ai. There's a free plan, a pro plan, and then an ultra plan. And we're going to be changing things up so that, people are able to, kind of more required to pay. But yeah, like that's a good example, Push Coalition, of being able to add like, essentially a watermark that they have to upgrade to the pro plan to remove. Okay, if you guys are new around here and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We just hit 5,000 subscribers, so we're at 5,019. So if you're new, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so, because we are going up. Imperium said, add a feature where you can share an agentic workflow like a template so it will be easier for word of mouth, or is this feature already there? So pretty much how it's set up right now, Imperium, is for the agentic workflow, there's ViewCreator agents. So what we're going to do, and we're going to create one of them today, is we're going to create agents at the top level where we're essentially going to be sharing them with users of the application to essentially say, hey, like this is how it works. But there's plenty of ideas that we can transition to, but that would be a good one. I really like that idea, Imperium. Also, Corbin asked, he said, what's the music playlist? Let me share it right now, Corbin. Sorry, I just was reading the chat. Corbin, I just dropped the music playlist in the chat. All right, so this agent is now working. Let's take a look now at, let's get this working here so that, hold up. All right. All right, so let's actually go through the process of, creating an image here. So like 5 tips to go viral. So right now, the edit doesn't work great. This agent's working on that functionality, but let's just go back and kind of edit our prompt. So create an intro slide for an Instagram carousel. The arrow should be modern and point to the right so that users know to swipe to go to the next slide. Also, at the top, there should also, the title text should be bold and easy to read and hooky. Anji said a feature request page for user could help. Yeah. Lord Espada asked, what do you use to code the app? So I use Codex and Cursor, and everything that you see here on ViewCreator.ai was built entirely using vibe coding. So I didn't code a single line myself. And really what we're doing with this series is obviously, we have a mission, and the mission is to vibe code an app until I make $1 million. Right now we're at $812 in revenue. And, it's just incredible, this journey so far. It really is. What we're doing? We're proving the capabilities of AI engineering. It looks like there's an issue here. Let's see what's causing that issue. Oh, we changed the entity structure. So we're actually gonna have to wait for this entity to finish updating because we did change the entity structure. So we're gonna have to wait for that to upgrade. All right, Wire Daniel, thank you. I'll check it out. Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Andrew said, when do you use Droid? I was using Droid the other day to use GLM 4.6 just because GLM 4.6 is like a really cost-efficient model. Yeah, it's a super cost-efficient model. All right, so we have this new music studio. And this can create music. I just put it on here because I want to try it out. So let's say create. Chill. No lyrics. And I'm just gonna say. All right, I'm gonna have ChatGPT do this for us. Create the prompt. I want to create a chill lo-fi beat with no lyrics. Give me the prompt for this. It should be simple, but help me create the lo-fi beat. All right, so we're gonna use this. I'm just gonna, drop this in. Lord of Spada, yeah, you can use Windsurf. Windsurf isn't the best though. Imperium, what do you mean? Chill Gaming said that he's vibe putting a whole website using AI to generate full courses that users can then share with other people. Right now it generates chapters, quizzes, and full tests at the end with grading. That's badass. Let's go. Use Spotify for this answer. What the heck? All right, so let's create some music. All right, this failed. Oh, well, we got a bunch of errors anyway, so. Yeah, Imperium, that is crazy. Imperium says that sometimes he can't even believe what he's doing. 3 years ago, when he was a junior dev, he was working on an issue for a week, but now in minutes, the issues can be fixed. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. If you guys are new here, haven't already liked and subscribed, we are running up right now. We've got 95 watchers and 5,028 subscribers. We're about to break 100 watchers. This is insane. Oh yeah, I did remove J35. Good catch, because I did remove the. I did remove that. So what J35 is saying is, hey, on the pricing page here, you've got yearly options. I think I did take them off, didn't I? Like here, let's go here. They're not on this pricing page. J35, where did you see them? Because I thought I did take them off. Like if I go to change plan, here. Take off the yearly options from this page. There are no more yearly options. It's only monthly. Chill Gaming said people who dumb AI down are 100% going to fall behind. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it was just interesting because like even when ChatGPT was out, like 3.5, I was seeing the potential of it and people were hating on it. And I was like, like it's going to get better, right? Like, you might as well get good at using it now because in the future it's going to be insane. Like I do perceive a future where essentially people's jobs are just going to be managing AI, and that's essentially what I do. Like my full-time job is working with AI agents. Like it's already here. Like the future that people are, talking about, it's already here. It's like look at like this channel is a perfect example. This journey is a perfect example. Like look what I'm doing right now. All I do is I essentially sit in this chair right here, and I manage AI agents all day. I give them tasks, they come, they report back to me, I test their work, I make sure that they did everything right, but like for example, this here, change plan, we're about to remove the yearly and the monthly pricing, and yeah, it's crazy. Spot for Fun, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Pyrium said, now in my company or at work, I am not asking anyone. I am just hearing music and grinding on tasks. That's it. That's awesome. I don't know, Dougal, but it's all good. Some people just don't like AI, I guess. Pyrium, that's amazing. Good for you. So Pyrium's running up in the ranks now. Alright, so there the yearly plan goes. Shout out to J35 for finding that issue. J35 literally was trying to find vulnerabilities in the application today, so shout out to J35 because he actually, that's kind of like goated. Sam said he just joined the stream. What tools are you using in your workflow to create this app? Very cool work. Thank you, Sam. Welcome to the stream. So we use Codex and Cursor mainly. So right now I'm using Codex here, but we use plenty of other stuff as well. Also, I saw some errors. I was getting some errors here. Just want to open them up. So pretty much want to see what happened here. Alright, so that's done. What caused this error? Calf Jen said, why did you switch back to Codex? I thought GLM was good. Well, the thing is, GLM is good if you're cost conscious. So for example, in that video, if you watch my GLM video, I think GLM is great, but it's not better than GPT-5. I think GLM, if you're cost conscious, then it's probably the best model to use. But if you, like, I have the $200 a month ChatGPT Pro plan, and GPT is way better than GLM. So I'm going to use Codex, But if I was using, if I was like super cost conscious, then GLM is probably the way to go because it is 30% of the cost. Douglas said, what feature are you building and doing right now? So right now, pretty much what I'm doing is I'm working on the edit feature. So this agent right here is working on editing. So what I want to be able to do is in the agents here, and I'm getting internal service errors because right now I changed things up at the entity level. So the API is erroring out because I need to run a migration. So let's actually open up a browser here and let's cd into the ViewCreator database here. And let's run an npm migration generates. And then what this is going to do is this can be able to basically figure out, hey, what's different about the database. And then we can run npm migration run. And then once that runs, we should be able to reload this and it should have no more errors. Looks like it's still erroring, so that's not good. Oh, well, obviously, because it has a bunch of errors here. So once this agent finishes, we'll prompt it and make sure that it fixes it. Yeah, so GPT-5 is slower, though, but it is better. So in terms of actually writing better code and getting tasks done correctly, GPT-5 is the way to go for sure. Ethereum, I haven't done a huge look at the Google page speed. I do know that I haven't had a lot of complaints about it. Also, like when I look up ViewCreator, we are ranking #1 on Google. So, I mean, that's pretty good, you know? Like, look at all the pages that we have indexed, ton of them. So this is actually pretty good. And then, I mean, I have really fast Wi-Fi, but everybody can go to viewcreator.ai and check the page speed. Let me know what you guys experience, if there's any, you know, slow speeds. That, you know, we do have some heavy animations, you know, but I don't know. I feel like typically Next.js websites are pretty fast. If you guys are new here, we're working on ViewCreator, which is an all-in-one platform to create viral content. Right now, we are working on editing images for this new playground feature that we have. Right now, we got a couple internal service errors, so we're gonna have to take a look at that. But oh wow, Dougal, that's really impressive. It's actually really hard to get 100. Okay. Mohammed said, is Claude Code not better than Codex? I think Codex is better than Claude Code, 100%. I mean, GPT-5 is literally better than any Claude models, and then Codex is, GPT-5 Codex is even better, so. Alright. Take a look at the crediting constants file, the credit cost.ts file in the constants directory in the front end, and help me think through, for example, how could we create a similar file in the API, like a constants file where essentially I would be able to import this file into places where, you know, we're subtracting credits from users' account when they use certain tools, so that instead of having to hard code how much credits a certain tool costs in the actual file itself, we can actually just set them once in this constants file and then import them into the respective files so that we can update it from one place and also keep them, you know, up to date together. Take a look at how this is currently working, and then the API helped me create a constants directory in the API and a credit cost.ts file, constant file in the API. Don't update anything else, but just create this directory and this new file in the API. and make sure that it is consistent with the actual front-end UI constants file, as well as these directories will always need to be in sync. Add a comment to both files to make sure that there's a comment that essentially says that, hey, this should sync with the API and the front end. They should both be synced. All right, and I'm going to add the credit costs.ts file here. And so that's coming from, essentially we have credit costs here. So this is how much credits, different things cost. And we're gonna wanna change this and, like for example, the YouTube thumbnail generator currently costs 30 credits, but that's actually too expensive, I think. So we're gonna wanna, take a look at this stuff and make sure that we fix it. If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We are up to 5,034 subscribers. We just hit 5,000 today, and apparently, people are saying that, it's a lot. You grow from like 5,000 to 10,000 way faster than you grow from 1,000 to 5,000. So I think we got through the most difficult part. We grinded through the slums, and now we're on the come up. Good to know, Imperium. Let's get it. Let's get it. All right, I really need this to finish so we can fix these errors here. Yeah, we're flying Linux. Also, shout out to Linux for the walk idea, because I feel like so refreshed right now. And I just want to say that the Linux thing was one of the first viewers on the stream. He's been here since day one. And just big shout out to Linux, because that actually made me feel so refreshed. I'm probably going to do that more from now on, because, I mean, literally, I left the stream, and everybody was still hanging out. That's awesome. So shout out to everybody. Thanks for the support, because I'm obviously, you guys can probably tell, I'm like super re-energized now, and that's all because of Linux's idea. So appreciate it. Yeah, shout out Linux. I have not tried Rocket. Also, let's start working on some more platform tools. We need to get an X viral post composer hooked up. So let's actually start working on some more jobs, guys. We need way more. Guys, I'm feeling so fired up right now. We just hit 5,000. Let's just start freaking blasting. Let's go. Let's start building some crazy stuff. All right. All right, so let's launch Codex here. Let's get some more. All right, so let's take a look at this. Okay. All right, so what we're gonna have to do is, so let's just look up SEMrush. All right, so X thread architect, X viral post composer. I mean, that sounds badass. Let's build this one. All right. I now need you to actually build this tool. Take a look at the database and the API and then the front end, and assist me in building it across the entire stack. First, build the job entity for this tool, and then assist me in building the, you need to put it in the database and the API, and then you need to create a module for it, and actually create, the module and then properly integrate it into the front end respectively, and create the page for it respectively. Don't worry about running migrations. I will handle running the database migrations. All I need you to do is I need you to actually write the code for the entities and I need you to write the code for the modules and then the front end, but I'll handle the database migrations. SD, I do not. Yeah, chill gaming. I agree, but you just have to like 21st Dev helps combat this sometimes, but also it's not terrible. But you know, I'm sure that it's going to continue to get better. All right, so there's that. X reply, warm up, draft smart replies to keep conversations active with your community. All right, so let's do this. All right, so let's launch this and then go cd out into the base directory. And then I want to say, come up with a better name for this tool. Essentially what this tool will be used for is users will essentially paste in a original X post. And what I want this tool to do is to write a hooky, crafty, engaging reply to an original X post. And that's the purpose of the tool. So come up with a really good name for it. Yeah, 100%, Paul. Also, if you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Right now, we are running up. We are at 5,035 subs. We just passed the 5,000 mark earlier today on stream. So, crazy growth, and we're going to keep it going. So, all right. So, naming ideas. So, take a look at the other tool names before you respond. All right, also, okay. All right, so let's get started on more tools. Instagram. Whoa. Man, this messed up our playground. This one here. Need to fix that a lot. All right. All right. Let's just call it X reply generator. DW said that Gemini 3 A/B testing looks to have improved design by a lot. That's good to know. Update the platform.tools constants file, respectively. Okay. So that's updating. The annoying thing is this has been running for 30 minutes, and I have some errors here that I need to fix in the playground service. So we'll take those, but this has been running for 30 minutes, still waiting on it. Great work. I now need you to actually create the entity for this, the X reply generator job in the database and the API. Don't run any database migrations. I will handle that. Or don't worry about generating them either, but just create the entity for this in both the database and the API, then create the API module for this respectively with all the logic integrated, and then properly integrate this into the front end, creating the respective front end page for this. Take a look at the other tools for this as well. Anji, it's already released, so you can create an account now, but you know, we're kind of just doing a slow mainstream launch. You know, we're slowly, actively building up our marketing campaigns, you know. Released our first TikTok ad yesterday, and we're starting our Google ads today, but just continue to make progress forward. Continue with next steps, but ensure that you do not mess anything up. Think deeply before making updates. Tony, no, I'm still on the pro plan actually. And I've got like $400 of usage this month, so I'm making the most of it. Latest on the TikTok ad is, like, I've got to take a look at it. TikTok ad manager, let me go check, because it's just like slowly rolling out. I don't think we've hit even $1 for today's ad spend. I don't know why, because my budget's 50. So let me take a look and see if maybe like they started pushing it. I don't know what their algorithm is, or you know what it entails. Let me check. Taking a look at my other monitor. So we got 67 impressions, 2 cents. I mean, yeah, it's literally 67 impressions and we've spent 2 cents. So right now it's just like, for some reason, maybe they're like waiting to start showing it. I'm not sure what's going on there. But we've only spent 2 cents. But we have 1 click on the ad, so. Maybe it just isn't showing, like maybe my interests that I set are like too much or something. I'm not sure. I don't know. We'll see what happens in like the next 24 hours and change anything up if we need to. But like right now, I'm just gonna let TikTok do its thing. Next time 30. Yeah, Corbin, I got like totally re-energized from that walk. Definitely a move. It's like really nice out today where I'm at. Super nice. Yeah, definitely a long way to go. Jai said, new sub here, and I just watched I'm All In video. That's so great and inspiring. Thanks, Jai. Yeah, I thought that would be good to share with everybody. I'm all in. All right, so while this is going, let's see our Lighthouse score, if there's anything that we need to take note of. Maybe we can get another Codex agent, starting to work on that a little bit. This is pretty good. Desktop is good. Yeah, Jai, so what we're doing is we're building ViewCreator, which is now out of open beta and into the mainstream launch. It's an all-in-one platform to create viral content. So this is the product that we're going to be continuing to build over the coming months. And, you know, we've just made incredible progress. I started working on it on day 20 of this series, and it's got over 300 users. And, I mean, I think we've got a ton of potential. So Sam M asked, what would you recommend me using to host a full stack website project? The big question is, what framework is it, Sam? Vidic asked, what are the tools and tech stack you are using? So Vidic, I'm using Next.js for the front end. I'm using Nest on my API, and I'm using Postgres for my database. And you say I use Flutter for Android. That's nice. Nice. Yeah, Flutter's pretty good. And then in terms of like AI tools, I use Codex and Cursor mainly. And I'm on the Codex plan, the Pro plan, the Codex or ChatGPT Pro plan. And then I also have the Cursor Ultra plan. Yeah, Lovable sucks. Yeah, MBB, it's fully vibe coded. I didn't write a single line of code. All right. If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We just hit 5,000 subscribers today, which is just a huge milestone. Next milestone is 10,000, and it took us, I think, like a little bit over 2 months to hit 5,000, so it's going to take probably another couple weeks to hit 10, but just incredible growth that we're experiencing. The community is super engaged. So also something to note is that the reason like our community is also like really engaged is because we do have a Discord server. So if you guys are new here, you've been watching the stream, you've been enjoying it, please join the Discord. I just dropped a link, so make sure that you join in. Vishesh asked, how do you do the back end with SQL? So essentially how I have it set up is, you know, the architecture of the project, how it works is, in terms of like how I set it up is, I have a specific repository that's only focused on the database. So it's essentially just a database repository. And in this repository, I use type ORM to be able to manage some of the database migrations. So you have essentially a type ORM. You can look it up on ChatGPT and learn a little bit about it. But essentially, you have type ORM where you're able to create entities, and then you take those entities, you're able to generate migrations automatically. And then even in Nest, you're able to then import those entities to be used inside of you know, your services and whatnot, which is really nice. So you don't actually have to, you know, do that. You don't have to, you know, do a bunch of SQL from scratch, but you can manage it with type ORM, which is really nice. But then when it comes to actually, you know, managing that database, I have it up in the cloud in AWS, and I have a essentially that repository, the database repository, is actually Dockerized. And then what I do is on certain GitHub actions, like for example, if I deploy to the main branch with a deploy label, it's then going to deploy to an ECS service that's able to spin up a task that then runs the migrations in the database. So it connects to the RDS instance in that service and in that task definition, and it then runs the migration. So that's how that works. I don't know if that makes any sense, but if you're, if you're familiar with AWS, that's like a pretty typical workflow. Yeah, Anji, definitely Codex is better. Push Coalition, thanks for subscribing to the channel. You are a second member. He just joined the channel as a builder. Thank you, Push Coalition, for the support. Let's go. Let's go. Push Coalition. Shout out to Push Coalition. Let's go. Kenji asked, sorry to ask, are these similar to Lovable, like prompt-based? These are like a lot different than Lovable because they're a little bit more like hands-on in terms of like, this is like kind of more, so just to kind of reiterate, I have personally not used Lovable, but I know the ads, I know the marketing, I know how people kind of like approach it. And like, I'm pretty sure I saw a Lovable ad where they literally, in their marketing ad, they gave a computer to like a 9-year-old and were like, all right, build an app to a 9-year-old, right? And that's like the marketing approach that they're taking, because I think that they're kind of taking the approach of making it so that, literally, like it's as easy as possible, as user-friendly as possible in terms of like, you don't actually have to be doing a lot. Let me change up the music a little bit. Tony said, yeah, just Google about it and go on YouTube and see how it works. That's the best way to learn, yeah. Tony said you can see Codex in action here. It's pretty clear, yeah. All right, so these are all still working. Let's see here. All right, looks like there was a stream error here, but it fixed itself. Good. All right. Doom, what's good? Welcome to the stream, Doom. Good to see you, man. All right, so these are still running. So it says when you have a moment, run the full API test suite to confirm no other flow relies on the old literals. Okay, so we did a huge update in this agent. So let's actually open up Cursor, and I'll show you guys essentially what I did. So this agent, we needed to change the crediting system. So if I go to the API, and let's just open up the source directory, or the constants directory, and we're gonna take a look at essentially what we created. So we have credit costs, what is going on here? So credit cost helpers, and then credit costs. So credit costs is now essentially the, let's see here. Okay, so for example, it gives it an ID. So image generation costs 10 credits, right? And then agent step, so each agent step then costs 5, and then it has multipliers. Step generates an image, so that would be a factor of 3. So then it would take the base credits and multiply it by 3. So additional 10 credits for each image generation step. So this is what we needed to better structure our crediting system. And then what we did is we actually updated all of the services that relate to crediting. So we're gonna need to take a look at this and actually make sure that we actually test it out. But one thing, guys, I'm drinking a ton of water, so I need to, first of all, let's take a look at this and fix the errors. So let's start up a new agent here and actually fix the errors finally. So let's run Codex and then review the errors that are occurring in the API and fix them respectively. All right, so I'm gonna do that here. And then here, I'm gonna say, run the test suite and identify the failing tests and fix the cause of them. All right, Boom, boom, boom. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. All right, guys, I'm back. What's up, BTS? All right, Kenji edits. I mean, I know that some people are successful on Lovable, so. All right, Corbin, I'll have to check that out. We're down 2 errors here. This agent's fixing these errors. All right, down to 1 error, and then this will be launched here. Be able to test. J35, I'm dead. I did fix that though, J35. It's down to 1 credit, but that's not been deployed yet. If there's anybody that should be refunded, it's me. For you freeloading, man. Atacan, I've got the pro plan, so it's $200 a month. Ooh, 31. I mean, I feel like the animations are pretty heavy. Take a look at the report that I got back from PageSpeed Insights Lighthouse on the home page and think in depth about what is causing this and what the best potential options for fixing the performance problems would be without actually breaking the styling of the application. Like, for example, we have this animation that I really like. I don't want to break it. So take a look and review and see if there's anything that we can clean up easily that won't, break the styling of the page, but will improve performance. Yeah, the $200 plan with Codex will pretty much allow you to have as much, as you need, I would say. All right, so let's actually check out and see, hey, are we still having issues with the playground page? So it says internal server error. So what is causing this here? It says parent job ID does not exist. So let's drop this in here. What is causing this error on this page? Doom, I actually tried that. So I did, it's like the CLI tool, right? I did try that. I remember when you recommended that to me, and I did try it, and I couldn't get it figured out, and it wasn't enough of a priority at the time to like continue trying to get it to work. But maybe you could, send me a Discord PM or something like that, and we could figure it out. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Doom. That's actually really good feedback. Let me see, J35. I have not seen it. I'm opening it up. Gotcha. Yeah, I remember that page. Good find, because yeah. J35, shout out to J35, because he's actually been like, essentially taking, deep dive on the app and figuring out some issues. I want to delete this page. There's not really a use for it anymore. All right. If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're getting close to 100 likes, so that's the goal of the stream, 100. I think right now, let me refresh and see where we're at. Right now we are at 72, so if you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. All right, so this finished. So run the new migration. All right. Let's see here, so looks like it did create a new migration. Let's check it here. Drop this. Boom, boom, boom. All right, migrations. ViewCreator migration here. What is this one? This one get edited. X reply generator. Okay. Nice. All right, so pretty much how this works is you should just be able to start and clear here, and then we can just cd into the ViewCreator database. And then we should just be able to run npm migration run here. May have errors. All right, looks good. All right, so that's good. All right, so generate, run a migration that adds the new. All right, so let's do npm run migration generate and see if there are still any inconsistencies. It looks like there are, so let's now npm migration run and run those changes. Oh, uh-oh. Looks like we got some issues. Review the logs and identify why the migration failed to run, and please assist me in fixing the issue so that the migration will run successfully. If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Doom said, what's the playground page? So we just integrated the new playground page. I'll demo it in a second, but essentially we need less of a tool and more so giving the user freedom to be able to create images and video as they wish. So essentially it's just a direct integration, you know, allowing them to create images and videos as they please. Whereas a lot of the other tools are a little bit more like, okay, it's for this purpose. This, you know, gives a little bit more freedom. Andreas said, I see Droid. Is it worth it? Just depends. I don't use it a ton. So I use Codex mainly. Matt Akolzu, sorry, I'm probably butchering your username, but he said, which model are you using to generate the responses for your product? So I'm integrated with a bunch of different APIs and AI models, so it's different for different ones. But for example, I use like FAL AI to integrate with a lot of the image generation and video generation stuff so that we can have access to a bunch of different models from one place. And then I also integrate with GPT-5 in a lot of places. Valiant said, hi, you're running a lot of Codex instances in parallel. Doesn't the code conflict? What if 2 or more instances tried to edit the same file, the same part even? Yeah, so pretty much all you have to do is just make sure that the tasks don't overlap. And right now, I'm mindful of where everything's at. All of them are working on different tasks, and just in my head, basically I know where what everything's working on. It is in my dome. All right. Poity, I actually don't know what that is. I've never heard of it. Maybe if you explain it in chat, I can think about it. What's crazy is that the stream's only getting started, guys. We got plenty more work to do. Yeah, I have seen the OpenAI agent builder. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't used it yet, though. I have heard of Convex, yeah. Okay. J35, thank you. Another bug. Alright, just get another agent working on it. Doom, yeah, it's basically a playground page. It's for image and video generation. So instead of, you know, a lot of our tools, they're for a specific purpose, right? So, you know, let's take, for example, the YouTube thumbnail generator, right? Or the agent, you know, the agent workflow. But the playground page, what it's for is, it's just for raw image and video generation, so it gives you all the control, just like you would have if you were just trying to just genuinely, you know, work with VO3 or work with, you know, we integrated Sora 2 into it, so we now have Sora 2 text to video integrated. So you only use Convex? That's interesting. Oh, Hoity, that's really interesting. I'll have to check that out. Oki, you are looking at a Codex workflow. This is the workflow that I use for vibe coding. Alright, so this is still working. It's actually preparing to run the migration here. That's working on the issue that we have. When I'm trying to access this page, like if I do a refresh right here, it's going to kick an error. And there's a migration that should be able to fix this error because this is obviously, you know, a Corey issue. So it should be able to fix this, but right now it's running still. So we'll see and test this out after and see if that is actually able to work. Latno said, holy, what did I just tune into? Welcome to the stream. This is what it's like on a daily basis over here. Not even like a daily basis. This is what it is on a daily basis. Okay, I would say Cursor is probably the #1 recommendation. If you have to choose one, I would say Cursor. Psycho over on Twitch asked, hi, what are you building? Are each of those terminals AI agents? Yeah, so each of these are AI agents, and they are specifically the Codex AI agent. Also, guys, if you guys are watching and you have not already followed me on X, I'm trying to post on X more, so if you have not followed me over there, I just dropped a link in the chat. Make sure you go follow me on X if you haven't already. All right, so this looks like it ran. We do have an issue here, but I'm not worried about that. Did this run? Let's see. Let's expand this a little bit so we can, see it a little bit better. Let's do npm run migration run. And we are good. All right, cool. Cool. Okay, so there's an issue here. This is the agent. So, like, for people that wonder, that I get asked a lot, they're like, hey, how are you running all these agents in parallel? And this is a great example of how I do it. I know that right now this agent is working on the code associated with the reply generator. So I'm not gonna take this and pass it to another agent because I know that this agent is it's currently working on it. So I'm not gonna give another agent, a task associated with that. Yeah, Ladno. Yeah, for sure. Thank you, J35. Good shout-outs today. Anji asked, could two agents work on the same task? I mean, they'd have to be... Like, the problem is that they can't talk to each other. So that's the only issue. Because they're literally spun up in different instances, so... Alright, so this, I'm going to drop this in here, fix this error. So I knew that that was the agent that was working on that, so yeah, I mean, that's got to be fixed. Oh, and it's out of context, the issue. That's okay. It's got 5% context. Yeah, on G, you could do that. And a lot of people do that. They have it essentially create a plan first, or, sometimes I'll do that. I'll have it create an MD file, with a plan and a structure of what it's going to do, and then, have it execute it. All right, so let's see. Can we refresh this? I don't think that we can until we actually fix the rest of the errors, which you just did. So now, can we refresh this? Still internal service. Internal server. I get this error on the playground page, in the playground history page. What is going on? What is the root cause of the error? You need to fix this. Oh, shoot. All right, so all migrations have been run. So we're still getting this weird internal server error. Let's just see, like, hey, like, what is actually causing this? Using ChatGPT, because this has been a little bit persistent, so sometimes it's better to have, you know, a UI explain it to me real quick. What is the root cause of this error? Yeah, J35, seriously. J35, you've seen it all. Okay, that's so easy. Got plenty of agents working for us, so... All right, finally, we got it fixed. All right, let's see if we can actually fix this. All right, let's see if we can edit. Wow. Look at this. We did get an error, but that's all right. This looks badass. This looks so badass. Holy. All right. There's an error here, so let's fix that. All right, hold up. This should really be its own page. All right, right now you can see this is like kind of set up as a modal, but really this should be its own page with the ID of the job. Take a look at the screenshot, and you know, this is what shows up, this modal essentially, when I am, you know, trying to edit an image. But really this should be its own page so that users can, you know, go back to it or click on it or refresh the page. It shouldn't be just a modal where if they refresh the page, they get redirected back to the dashboard playground page. You know, make it its own page and then update the roots respectively. Oh, shoot. If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Take a look at the logs from Sentry. Please figure out what actually went wrong. Do not expose any sensitive information in your response. Just figure out what went wrong and fix it if you can. Like if it's an error that actually stems from code and you identify it, please fix the problem. But if it's not, then don't. But before you update any code, just tell me, is this an error that stems from code or not? Yes or no? Can we fix this or not? Yes or no? All right. Oh. What happened here on this page? All right, Doom, thank you. Let's get an agent launched. I'll drop it. Yeah, Nano Banana is definitely the best image model on the market for sure. Okay, so this is great, you know, but the problem is that it didn't actually display a modal with a good UI component. So what you need to do is you need to look at the API and you need to figure out, hey, what do we need to update in the API so that, a good positive message is returned to the front end, and that the front end knows to actually display, a user-friendly modal instead of this really ugly issue and error on the screen. Figure out how we can do this and properly implement it. So the error that you guys are seeing is actually really good. So you can see the entitlement limit exceeded, and this is something that we're doing so that people stop abusing the free plan. Right now we got a lot of you guys are freeloaders. So as you guys know, we have over 300 users, but a lot of those are obviously not paying users. Like literally 99% are not paying users. So right now, like for example, I can see that today, just for example, today, we've had 18 users sign up so far today, right? 18 users go to the website, sign up, put in their email, create an account, right? Fantastic, right? Well, not really, because the problem is that they're all freeloaders. So we're spending money on API costs, we're spending money on generation costs, and right now, to this point, we're giving users the ability, they get 100 credits, which is actually a decent amount of credits. It's like $5 worth of credits. And, so you guys have been testing everything out, which is great. But the problem is that once we actually transition to mainstream launch, this is an issue. So what we're doing is we're making it so that, people can sign up for free, but that there's certain entitlements. So for example, this entitlement, you can only use Spark. You can only give it 3 prompts in one 24-hour period. So that's just one example on how that's going to work. So you can see free plan provides 3 ViewSpark chats every 24 hours, upgrade for additional sessions and faster responses. So for example, this is hopefully what we need to turn this into is we need to make it so that it actually displays UI back to the end user. And so that has a modal that's essentially like, hey, Xtrem said you should decrease the free credits because 100 is high. Yeah, we already did. We decreased it to 50. And then also I think these entitlements is going to help quite a lot. Douglas said use black BG contrast kill gradients, use solid primary blue 600 round snug typography, clean icons only, lucid react, neutral colors, use your first layout, tons of breathing room, round edges, 3XL, large, whatever fits, clean typography. Douglas, I need you on the team, man. Douglas, you got to hit me up in the DMs on Discord, man. Douglas said DM 300 active users is super impressive. And yes, it's not direct ROI, but that's real traction. Amazing job. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I need as many users as possible. Yeah, Zakane, I'm using MCPs. I'm using like Sentry MCP. I'm using Slack MCP, I think now. Playwright MCP, Stripe MCP, Test Sprite MCP. There's probably a couple more, but if you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're going to just keep on grinding, folks. The grind does not stop. J35, do you not like that name, Freeloader? I mean, what is there any other way to... I mean, got a bunch of freeloaders on the app. That's alright. I'm like your guy's sugar daddy when it comes to getting free ViewCreator access and credits. Please continue to review the application and identify all instances where this occurs and make sure that they are all fixed. Corbin, yeah, so I'm getting about like 20 to 30 users are signing up every day. But the thing is like one thing to note is that, you know, hey, most of it is you guys. Like that's one thing like to note is it's like, hey, a lot of these users are coming from the BridgeMine channel that are interested in trying out the product, right? So that's one thing to note that I kind of am aware of like, okay, a lot of these users, since we haven't really started pushing our marketing efforts like super hard in actually targeting the target audience, which is, you know, essentially brands and influencers, etc., right? Like a lot of it is just people that are interested in trying out the product because, you know, they've been watching the person that's building it. So that's something that I'm aware of, that we're gonna, you know, obviously, you know, is gonna change once we actually start launching to mainstream and getting in front of our target audience. But just something as a reminder. Anji, the project's pretty large at this point. I don't know how to describe how large it is, but it's a decent size. Bobster Tech, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. Oh, shoot. I mean, honestly, guys, it really is crazy, you know, when I am like, I'm in production on my other monitor and I'm just kind of like clicking around and testing stuff out. And it really is crazy how far the project has come in such a short amount of time, you know? It's insane. It's incredible, honestly. J35 is the biggest freeloader of them all. Nah, just kidding. J35, appreciate your help, man. J35 actually like found like he was doing giving me some call outs in the Discord. Much appreciated. He was finding some bugs, some extra credits and stuff. Yeah, Dougal, for sure. Yeah, I agree. What's working on that? It's this one right here. So that's like one instance where whenever I get like errors like this, I'm like, all right, I'm not gonna, you know, pass this into an additional agent just because I know for a fact, like, okay, like this is probably an agent that is, you know, essentially, you know, this agent's probably working out this issue. It's gonna run npm runlint and probably be able to solve that anyway. So I don't want to send another agent to, you know, work on top of it. J35 said, just a finance question. If you have a ton of traffic, even if it's not making you money, can you land some funding? Yeah, I think you can. I mean, in terms of being able to get money from like VC, you know, a lot of people, you know, you get VC money with just an idea, you know, and a lot of it does depend on the entrepreneur. So, you know, I think the plan for me is probably in like, you know, January, Austin, going to Austin, Texas, and seeing what connections we can make. So, you know, you guys are watching. It really is just the beginning of something truly incredible, I think. You know, because probably in January is when I'm gonna head to Austin, and we're gonna build some really, really interesting connections down in Austin, and it's gonna be unbelievable. I think, you know, everything's gonna be growing quite a bit by then, but yeah, Dougal, 100%, man. Zakane said, I've created a feature voting system in my app where users can submit ideas and vote them up or down. This way, I know immediately what is needed next or could be needed next. Just a little tip. That's a really good tip. Bobster Tech, I don't, because I just kind of am mindful of like where the agents are working and make sure that I don't make them overlap. All right, so let's do a refresh here. Run npm run build in the UI and fix any build errors. Panth asked, how many hours do you put in each day? I put in about 10 hours of work every day. On and off stream. Ernesto said, what kind of console is that? And you're using Codex with, how do you access the voice input? Thank you. Ernesto, so the console, this is just terminal on my Mac. And then I launched Codex, which is essentially a CLI AI agent for programming. And let's now see if this actually works. And then the voice assistant that I'm using is called WhisperFlow, spelled WISPR flow. All right, so let's go here. All right, let's go here. So this now redirects to its own page, which is great, with its own parameters. Only issue is that it's still failing to load the image, which I wonder why that's going on. So let's just do this, and then go here, go to network, and figure out, hey, what's going on here. Here, and then let's just do boom. Oh. It is failing to load the base image. Why is this happening, and how can you fix it? If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. All right, let's see if that entitlements works now. Looks like that agent is now done. We've got a bunch of refresh errors because we have a agent over here that's fixing any build errors, so it's just going to continue to have some refresh problems. That's fine. Okay, so agent there, and then let's see here. So that should, oh, what the heck? On the front end, it's still throwing a turbo pack error instead of a user-friendly modal. There we go. So brush, you're able to brush this. Why is like the image stretched like that though? Why is the image like weirdly stretched though? Why is the image weirdly stretched? Review the UI and identify what's causing this in the UI. Really, you know, whatever aspect ratio the image has, it should properly, you know, not stretch it. It should look correct. Right now, this does not look correct. Yeah, I don't know what day we built the agent nodes. I see you guys talking about it in chat. I'm not sure. But I think J35 is right. Yeah, like day 45 sounds right. Yeah, there's some great people in the Discord. Oh wow, J35, that's awesome. I just saw what you sent in the Discord. That's so sick. That's so sick. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. thing for today that I actually want to get done, at least on stream. So I now need to actually get all this code pushed to production, which involves a bunch of environment variables and dealing with a bunch of secrets. So I need to make sure that this build actually goes. OMG said mine is having 1,000 tokens. What do you mean? Hey Harshita, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you again. Okay, oops, I accidentally ended the music. Hold on, guys. Playground is pretty sick today. That's probably the coolest thing we built today. Amen, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Liz, welcome to the stream. Thank you. Thank you, Harshita. J35, don't say that, man. J35 is the king freeloader. I don't know, BK. It's much easier than it looks. Like once you get the flow of it, you know, you kind of understand what's going on. Like I'm just working on, you know, only 3 different tasks right now, so it's actually not that bad. Hey man, I'm using Codex right now. I use Cursor as well, but right now I'm using Codex. Harshita, that's good to know. Oh, this song's fire. KG said don't drink water at all, only Coke. Jan, I actually don't use cursor rules. I spend about $600 a month, Liz. And I've been working on this particular project for the past month, so 600. If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do. Join the community. There's a Discord link pinned to the chat as well, so if you haven't joined the Discord, make sure you do that. We just hit 5,000 subscribers today, and we're actually already at 5,065, so as you guys know, on this channel, we only get bigger, and we only move forward in life. We're back at it every single day. Essentially, I would call it an unrelenting drive that's going to take us to complete all of our goals. And that's what this is all about, unrelenting drive, achieving a mission, making progress every day, not wasting your life, you know? Too many people let the days go by without making progress and moving forward. Nacho, 1 to 2 monsters. BK, I'm not sure. Corbin, I would say I'm not sure how to best answer that question. Yeah, KG, we only get bigger. The thing is like, for example, cursor rules is great, and I think that you know, a lot of people use them. One thing to note though is that, hey, a lot of the times, you know, when you're, first of all, you know, we're not even using cursor right now. We're using Codex. But second of all, like a lot of the times, for example, if I'm updating, you know, my database migrations or adding database entities, I don't need a cursor rules file that tells cursor how to structure, you know, the database entities. It looks at the other database entities and knows, okay, this is how it has his project is set up. So it can hallucinate, but that's why you kind of always check the code a little bit as well and see, okay, like what did it do here? At least when you're doing stuff that's sensitive like that. Yeah. Yeah, for sure, Corbin. Yeah, true freedom. All right, let's give this a spin. Got an paper div. Yeah, J35, that's well said. Yeah, I think I believe a little bit more in terms of just like kind of getting it and then iterating. So I believe a little bit more like iteration. Keep running npm run build. Give me refresh errors here. There we go. All right. Okay, so we need now the same thing for all these tools pages so that the freeloaders are stopped in their tracks. All right, so here is our so for example, I'll just take a screenshot here of this. Oops. Create a thumbnail of this man with a completely black background, and the title of the video is Vibe Coding an App to $1 Million. Saint Trey asks which LLM or AI service do you use to generate content. So yeah, I integrate with Fal AI. It's an API. But then I also use the Nano Banana model, Nano Banana Edit. There's all sorts of stuff that we use. The app is so big at this point that there's so many different variations of things that we're using, which is pretty cool. All right, so for example, here is the thumbnail that it created. So now what I want to do is actually want to try generating another thumbnail. Create a thumbnail with this logo and say ViewCreator, the all-in-one platform to create viral content. All right, and then so that it through the error, you guys noticed that it didn't work, right? Or actually, whoa, it looks like it is this error here. Oh my gosh, can't type. If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Join the community. Let's see what it did here. I'm hoping that it failed. Let's see here. Create a thumbnail with this logo and a black background and say ViewCreator, the all-in-one platform to create viral content using AI. Okay, so it is stopping. So if we look at the, okay, so perfect. So for example, the entitlement limit here, I now need you to do the same thing with the YouTube thumbnail generator. It should display the modal respectively. Also, this is used in a lot of pages, so please make sure that the modal that displays related to entitlements, it should be a UI component that is then able to be imported into the pages respectively. Take a look at the logic of what currently exists in Spark and properly update this so that it is a UI component that can be reused, and then update the YouTube thumbnail generator page so that we reuse that component in the YouTube thumbnail generator page. Harshita, I'm 23. J35, why does J35 have the J35 has a sense of humor. J35, NS and I were cracking up over the video you made, dude. It was so funny. Dude, I'm dead. All right. Corbin, I'll have to check out SpecKit. Yeah, J35, that's very true. Yeah, well said. But I also think there's a lot of things to learn from what Corbin's saying, which is he's essentially saying like, hey, you know, we use this tool in my company and we got a ton done with it. So I think there's wisdom in both, you know, but I would definitely, if I knew how to better use SpecKit, you know, I would probably be using it more, but I don't know. I'm not super familiar with how to use it. So maybe I can look at it off stream and see, maybe I could try integrating it, you know, in a YouTube video or something, and then, you know, integrate it into my workflow. But maybe I'll have to check it out. Thanks for sharing, Corbin. Yeah, I'll take a look at it, Anji. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. All right, so let's see if this actually finished and was able to actually get this working. Also, look at how good this is, guys. Crazy. That's insane. Fal AI, Saintre, F-A-L, Fal. I mean, look, it even changed my facial expression. Like, that's insane. It even did my hair a little bit better. It made my hair, like, perfect. That's insane. Wow, I'm really impressed by that. Yeah, Harshita, seriously. So let's go over to the playground here and go to view history here. Click view details and then go here. Okay, that looks a lot better, yeah. All right, so let's now update this and say, okay, this one needs to be edited and for editing, right now it has my original prompt in there, but really what it should do is, you know, it should have a empty prompt space so that I can, you know, apply edits based off of, you know, a new prompt. So I should be able to, you know, highlight a certain section, ask for a certain change in a new prompt, and respectively do that. XLI, that's so funny. That's so true. I was like this. Yeah, I restart my Mac usually about every night. Mac restarts him. Yeah, Harshita. All right, let's see if this is now building. Hopefully it is. Have a good one, Harshita. Thanks for tuning in. All right, so let's do this. All right, nice. All right, finally the build actually went through. We'll do Harshita. Just so you guys know, Harshita said keep it up. And, you know, it's not even a question in my mind. I'm going to keep on going no matter what every single day. May not take a day off for a while, even weekends. Nothing, like I said, you know, I'm on that monk mode. I don't, not doing any hangouts, any drinking, just locked in grinding. Because I think that that's going to take us very, very far. Well, I know Codex is amazing. Take an in-depth look at... Oh, wait, hold on. We need to try that. The styling of this page here is terrible. This page meaning what you see in the screenshot. For example, I should be able to click into the edited images in the main image. When I click view, it doesn't do anything. Dev Mindset, the text and lighting on the face look really good. How does the AI generate that? Do you use any specific tool or just a detailed prompt? Dev Mindset, you may be behind the stream. Were you talking about the image or what were you talking about? All right, guys, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm drinking a ton of water, so. Oh, Dev Mindset. So that's not Sora. That is Nano Banana Edit. We're dropping in a reference image and then able to edit it from that. All right, so I should be able to click View and actually open this up. View. All right, guys, I think this is a good stopping point for today. We've gotten a ton done today, and this playground is going to be really cool. I'll probably finish it a little bit off stream, but I need to go get a workout in and freshen up my mind before I get back to it. So I'm going to end the stream now. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in today. I'll be back again at it tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, sharp like normal. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Nade just asked, what do you use for payment handling? Stripe. And yes, to answer your question, I do use Stripe for payment handling. But with that said, that's the last question I'll take today. I will see you guys all tomorrow. And let's just keep making progress. Let's keep moving forward. And I'm excited to get after it tomorrow and just keep